Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. I will start also because the participants that are joining remotely are wondering what's happening online. My name is Tommaso Della Vecchia. I'll be with you today. I'll guide you through the different sessions of this day and also of tomorrow workshops. And it's really an honor and a pleasure to be with all of you. So if you have any questions about the event, please do feel free to ask Constantino on the back, who knows everything. Today meeting is the first after a long while face-to-face. We have had 2 years where we tried to transfer all that we did online, as you know. Now this event is happening hybridly, and I'm so happy and glad to welcome all of you here. You took the time and made the effort to come with us, and I think and I hope you will make the most of your experience. It's really, School Innovation Forum is about all of you. It's about this community. It's about also the work that we've been doing. So my wish for today is that we can really build on this wonderful connection that we are building throughout the years. The School Innovation Forum is an evolution of the Future Classroom Lab Partners Meeting. Some of you know and some of you were there years ago. And its main purpose is to make sure that the community of the European Schoolnet and the Future Classroom Lab comes together to meet and exchange. The forum, and the idea to call it a forum, it's not by chance. We want you to speak up, to share your point of views. We want you also to come with an open mind, to challenge the assumptions and the background you bring to the room. You are from very different organizations, you're very different sectors and type of stakeholders, institutions, and this richness is what makes the most of these events. Now, I also want to welcome who is joining us remotely. There are many teachers, practitioners, experts, industry partners, and teachers that are connecting from home offices and schools. And to them goes my warmest welcome as well. Please do remember that you can interact online as well. It will not be exactly the same as being with us for lunch and coffee breaks, but you do have an online environment where you can interact. And you can also, of course, raise your questions, concerns, and reflection through the chat that you will be available. It's a pleasure to have you here and discuss about school innovation once again, because we found that after 2 years of school closures and pandemic, and I know you don't want to talk about that anymore necessarily because we are really 12 days away from summer and we are hoping to really not have to worry about that anymore. But it has happened and it has changed to a certain extent the way we understand school innovation, the way we actually approach technology, ICT, and EdTech in this new world that we are approaching after the pandemic. And right now, right when we are getting used to this new normal, or to an extent, or we are planning it, we thought important to take a step back and reflect about what kind of innovation in school we want to promote, we are comfortable to promote. And this is why we wanted to rethink once again this slippery, ever-changing concept that is school innovation. Of course, it's important for us also for a more practical reason. 10 years ago, in 2012, the Future Classroom Lab in Brussels opened its door. So it was the beginning of this very successful initiative that in a way picked up interest. It was replicated. You will hear more about that. But it got a big success in several countries across Europe. And when an initiative is successful, it's easier to maybe step back, relax, and see that unfolding. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to be satisfied with that. So we thought during this meeting we challenged that. And we can do that only with all the people that are here in the room and connecting from abroad, because this is what is really behind the success of this initiative. So these two reasons are really what drives us. But who is the engine, who is the energy of this movement and this initiative, and also of European Schoolnet, if I may say? It's community, its actors, the members that really work with us, the partners that supports us, and you will see, we will say that several times during the event, this is what this forum is really about. So I would like also you and also at home to acknowledge who is with us today. Who is at home can also fill in the Mentimeter. You can also fill it in if you like to multitask, as you certainly do. But at the same time, for you that are here, I would like really to encourage you to look around you, to see who is sharing this room with you today, because with them you might want to build new projects, new ideas, new concepts, new movement to make school innovation really goes towards the direction we want it to go. So I would actually, to introduce you to each other, I would ask some of you, actually all of you, to progressively stand up so you can see each other. And I would ask you also to welcome each other as warmly as you can. And I would like to start with the Future Classroom Lab ambassadors, who are really one of the main actors and disseminators, multipliers of the message of the Future Classroom Lab in the country. So if the Future Classroom Lab ambassadors could stand up and just show their face, it would be much appreciated, and you can stay actually standing for a bit. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can stay. Just stay 2 minutes more. We have also many partners that are joining the Future Classroom Lab, has joined, and the STEM Alliance, who are making possible this initiative to thrive. So I would like you also to stand up and show to the room who you are, all the industry partners that are with us today. Thank you for joining. Thanks so much. And we have also, of course, the members of European Schoolnet, all the representatives of the public authorities, national, local, at regional level, who has joined us, who believes to make a change in education. So if you can also stand up and be greeted as you should be by everybody. And finally, well, we're not complete yet. All the other organizations, the international organization, the European Commission representatives, the NGOs that are with us today, the researchers, the academia representatives, please also do stand up so we know you, and we can also thank you for joining. Thanks so much. Last but not least, we have somebody that is still sitting. Normally, if they were attentive, either I don't know you so well, and I will really kind of do it properly during the 2 days, but we have European Schoolnet staff who has contributed to the organization of this not easy event to be organized, and that will contribute to its smooth running and success. So you and colleagues, please also stand up with me, and thank you so much for the work you already put into it. This is the community that we want to encourage to interact and share during these 2 days, and this is really the core of these days' events. You can keep following the Menti if you like. Also from home, please keep sharing your thoughts and details with us. We have, of course, a full agenda for the day. We hope it will be fruitful and interesting for you as well. We have opening addresses, keynote speeches, and roundtable discussions. But all of this will be informed by your contribution and questions. So please do kind of contribute and share your point of views, which are really, really precious. And without further ado, I would just remind you that we will be live illustrated. There's a live illustrator that will illustrate what the ideas that will be shared, and will share progressively what the illustrator will come up with. And again, if you're online, do contribute with your question. We will follow those through the event. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Marc Durando, Executive Director of European Schoolnet, to join me on stage, as he would like to address a welcome speech to you all. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Tommaso, for this welcome address, and dear participants. It's a pleasure for me to open this third edition of the School Innovation Forum and to celebrate at the same time the 10th anniversary of the Future Classroom Lab. It's also the first hybrid event that AUN has organized after the pandemic, and we have a limited number of face-to-face participants, but as Tommaso mentioned, we have the pleasure to welcome also quite a lot of participants attending via our streaming facilities. Today, I would like to reflect on the creation of the Future Classroom Lab, some of our subsequent achievements, and also share with you what our future challenges might be. Regarding the creation of the Future Classroom Lab, in order to understand the Future Classroom Lab and how it evolved, we must mention, first of all, the support provided by the European Commission through the funding of the high-tech project during the period 2010-2014. This large-scale integrated project involved 26 project partners, including 14 ministries of education, and obtained funding of 9.5 million euro from the European Commission FP7 program. The objective of ITEC was to work with education ministries, technology providers, and research organizations to mainstream innovative pedagogical practice in Europe and transform the way technology is used in schools. Over the course of the project, educational tools and resources were piloted in over 2,500 classrooms across 20 European countries. By some measure, the largest pan-European school pilot undertaken until that point in time, with a key goal of providing a sustainable model for fundamentally redesigning teaching and learning. The creation of the Future Classroom Lab by European Schoolnet and its industrial partners was designed to be a core part of the long-term sustainability strategy of the ITEC project. With the support of its networks of ministries of education and around 10 EdTech industry partners at the beginning, the Future Classroom Lab in Brussels was set up in 2012, before the end of the ITEC project, as a holistic approach to teaching and learning 21st century skills. Today, the Future Classroom Lab still offers a flexible learning space to experiment with different styles of learning facilitated by technology, furniture, and design. It continues to be a space to promote discussions on future learning scenarios and strategies with teachers, students, and policymakers, and as originally intended, it has become a place where EdTech stakeholders have the opportunity to rethink how education can be transformed as a result of the innovative use of technology. In these 10 years, the Future Classroom Lab in Brussels has also clearly expanded and progressively became more of an ecosystem that now includes more than 34 industry partners, hundreds of innovative learning labs across 26 countries in Europe and beyond that, and they have been inspired by the model developed for the Brussels Lab. A network of 15 Future Classroom Lab ambassadors nominated by our ministries of education, a Future Classroom Lab teaching program for teachers, welcoming more than 400 teachers per year from all over Europe. Over the past decade, we estimate that more than 7,000 people have had the chance to explore and get inspired by the Future Classroom Lab in Brussels. A validation service that enables both private and public sector stakeholders to pilot new and emerging edtech solutions and tools in classrooms and schools. Production of guidelines and publications to support schools and teachers in their teaching and learning practices. The Commission has continued to support the development of the Future Classroom Lab via specific projects, and here we can mention the Living School Lab project, supported by the FP7 program, where the FCL produced a Future Classroom Lab validation service and validation manual detailing research methodologies on how to organize, design, and run school pilots. The IT Lab Knowledge Alliance project for initial teacher education, supported by the Erasmus Plus program that built new relationships between higher education institutions and industry in order to help foster innovation and knowledge exchange in initial pre-service teacher education. Finally, the Mentoring for School Improvement, the MENSI project, funded by the European Commission Horizon 2020 program, and this current project is carrying out a pan-European investigation into how different approaches to mentoring can support the mainstreaming of innovative digital teaching practices in primary and secondary school. 2 years after the creation of the Future Classroom Lab, responding to the appetite of teachers for professional development opportunities, European Schoolnet and its network of ministries of education have decided to create the European Schoolnet Academy, which is a free platform offered to teachers to access professional development opportunities linked to the major outcomes and results obtained from various education cooperation projects developed by European Schoolnet. Globally, since its creation, the European Schoolnet Academy has offered almost 75 MOOCs since its launch, attracted over 165 enrollments, on average around 18,000 per year, and around 40,000 learners have completed the EUN Academy courses, and the average completion rate lies at 46%, which is high in international comparison. Over the years, with the Future Classroom Lab, the European Schoolnet Academy, and other major initiatives, we have developed a variety of innovative pedagogical approaches. And I would like to share with you some thoughts with you today on what we have learned. First of all, digital technology have clearly grown and now have a significant presence in education. This has been reinforced by the COVID pandemic, where from one day to the other, all our education systems switched to an emergency remote teaching mode. Even though some of those involved faced very difficult situations, this period has clearly confirmed the importance of digital education solutions and how they can transform our education systems. Many issues have emerged during this complicated period of the pandemic, and we could highlight 4 of them: infrastructure and connectivity, which have been particular challenges and which can themselves lead to greater levels of exclusion for already disadvantaged students. The digital skills of teachers and the pedagogical use of educational technologies, the importance of developing even more innovative pedagogies, and the organization of schools, where new schooling models are gradually emerging. Second element, technology alone does not transform education as such. In plenty of situations, despite the increasing visibility of digital devices and online solutions, the essence of traditional education remains intact. We should now be looking for higher levels of innovation, and it will be important to identify those new learning activities where the use of educational technology is beneficial and can make a measurable difference. This should particularly apply to emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Third element, the research tells us that digital technology does not systematically improve learning. It's only one of several factors which can contribute to finding new innovative education solutions which support improved learning. Last element, digital technology does not fix inequalities. This raises the key challenge of how we can reimagine the technologies we use in education and explicitly design them to address the issues of equity, diversity, and overcoming challenges. There is no doubt that this inclusion dimension will be at the heart of the deliberation in our countries as they attempt to transform their education system in a post-COVID world. There are plenty of challenges ahead of us, and new schooling models are emerging. And these new models will have to fully integrate all or some of the following elements. First, the necessity to embed inclusion policy within the planned transformation processes. It is our responsibility to design educational technologies to address issues of inclusion, equity, and diversity. Second, the importance of better infrastructure, equipment, and connectivity. The European Commission's Recovery and Resilience Facility instrument should have a significant impact in that context. Third, the centrality of digitally competent teachers, especially in the pedagogical use of educational technologies. It should be connected with appropriate induction programs for the new teachers entering the profession. Fourth, the value of sustaining innovation in educational solutions by partnering not only with large edtech suppliers, but also with innovative edtech startups and SMEs. The panorama of the education publishing sector is also being transformed, and it is important to have appropriate cooperation mechanisms being developed. Fifth, the vital need for schools to offer even greater flexibility and responsiveness, and for them to be even more open to their local community. This will involve a wider adoption of new shared leadership models. Sixth point concerns the new assessment models using the added value offered by technologies such as artificial intelligence and learning analytics. There is also the need to further think through the reform of our curriculum, where this crisis has forced us to question whether we are asking too much from our schools in terms of curriculum. Should we train our teachers on the use of artificial intelligence solutions? Should we educate our children so they can more easily appreciate the difference between facts and opinion? Should we aim to develop even more the social and emotional skills of our students? For sure, all the blended and hybrid teaching and learning models which are currently emerging will force us to revisit the current curriculum. We also should not forget the need to look even more closely at ways of enhancing the autonomy of our students and to enhance their motivation for learning. The last point concerns the necessity to develop and implement appropriate policies regarding the digitally processed data, especially with the quick development of artificial intelligence education solutions. All our education stakeholders must strategically reflect on how digital technologies and the data they provide can be embedded into education and training, providing a high-quality digital education ecosystem for all. 5 dimensions related to digitally processed data have to be considered: trust and safety of data, data ownership, data interpretation and use, exchange of data and interoperability, and ethical use of data. So that's the agenda of our knowledge team at the level of European Schoolnet with our ministries of education, where it is important that we can investigate this area for the next period to come. All of these new schooling models will have to be achieved in more environmentally sustainable ways, as the digital transition in education has to go hand with the green transition. During these 2 days, we will have the opportunity to explore part of these elements and these challenges, and I'm sure all the debates and discussions will nurture our future activities so that the future Classroom Lab can continue to play its role and provide an ongoing contribution to the development of innovative teaching and learning approaches. I would like to thank our team at the UN, which has organized this event, mainly Tommaso Dalla Vecchia and Konstantino Sondronikis and our event team, Silvia Spinoso and Zofia Karayev, and all our keynote speakers, panelists, and participants. A particular thanks must go to our ministries present today and our future classroom industry partners who have been supporting us since the creation of the Future Classroom Lab. And also, of course, the Commission representatives who have accepted to be with us today and have always supported us in UN developments. Many thanks for your attention, and I wish all of you a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marc, for your address and for introducing us to a bit that complexity and big expectations that we have for these 2 days. Now the next opening address is from the European Commission, so from Rehana Schwinninger-Ladak, who is head of unit of the Interactive Technologies, Digital for Culture and Education at DG Connect at the European Commission. We are particularly pleased to have a representation of DG Connect. As Marc mentioned, they allowed us to develop those projects that made finally the Future Classroom Lab possible. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon, everyone, online and in the room. A very welcome to all of you. I'm very honored for having been invited to this conference today, so thank you very much, Marc, for the invitation. And I'm particularly pleased to be here today, as actually it's my first address in person with paper since March 2020. So even though I'm a big advocate of digital, because I work for a Directorate General responsible for communication networks, content and technology, so we are the digital people, I am convinced that no screen can replace the positive energy of meeting people in person and having discussions, chats in a very, unstructured, unorganized, and dynamic way. So really, thank you again for giving me this opportunity to be here in person with you. And obviously, I cannot think of any better context than the one at the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the opening of the Future Classroom Lab. I would like to start my welcome address today by sharing my views on the crucial importance of innovation in education, and then I'll mention some of the activities that we have in the pipeline, and then I'll share some of the reflections about our privileged partnership with the European Schoolnet, and I'm very comforted to what Marc said, because your analysis, what you said, echoes what I'm going to say. And this shows that we have, as policymakers, as policy users at European, national, and regional, local, we share the same understanding of the challenges and of the opportunities that technology is going to bring. So I'll start with the importance of innovation in education, which has really been at the heart of the activities and the endeavor of the work we have been doing in my department at the Commission. And especially if we put it in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, we cannot just simply ignore it. We have to look and really see what it has brought, what were the promises that they were expecting, and what it has not delivered. So it is also an opportunity to really for reflection. So first, I'm really convinced that digital technologies do have a huge potential for improving education and training, both with technologies that are more widespread in use and those that are advanced, the emerging technologies as we call them. So Marc didn't mention data technologies and AI. They do hold promises to improve, for instance, student assessments, as well as to move from a one-size-fits-all approach to a more personalized learning approach that we have been pursuing in our research innovation endeavor, with scope for tailoring content to individual learners' needs. And that is really an important aspect if we want to make sure that all learners, irrespective of their abilities and their needs, can benefit from education. And also, the so-called next generation technologies, the extended reality umbrella, which comprises virtual reality, augmented reality, because this is also a strand of work that I'm supporting in the work at the Commission. They also provide opportunities through immersive learning, immersive environments, which allow students to access instructional practices in realistic settings, which are enabled by these virtual environments. So the use of technology was useful during COVID-19, where millions of students overnight had to resort to distance learning. With the help of technology, students could continue, at least partly, with the learning from home by continuing to communicate with their teachers, with their peers, having access to online material, and not halting their learning. And in particular, COVID-19 helped us to put the spotlight on the acute need for everyone to have a good connection, a good internet connection. It was a battle that we were, pursuing for a long time, and then during COVID-19 we saw that it was an urgency. We had to make sure that we had the means to really improve the internet connection for everyone, as well as access to digital devices and educational software. So having the right infrastructure, a good quality infrastructure, is really a condition sine qua non. And as Marc said, the lockdown also unfolded some other issues in relation to digital competencies of educators, of parents, of a number of stakeholders to properly continue teaching in a remote manner. So what this has taught us, it has comforted us, and that's also what Marc said, is that it is clear that technology in itself is not the silver bullet alone. In order for digital technologies to have a positive impact on learning outcomes, the use of technology must be embraced by well-trained teachers, and it has to be embedded in clear teaching goals and sound pedagogies. That is why more actions and investments are needed, both at EU level as well as national and regional, to make education fit for the digital age. And it is also crucial to ensure that all young learners get the opportunity to understand and be comfortable in using digital technology since an early stage. Only by starting to train people early on and ensuring lifelong learning opportunities for digital skills, we will be able to meet what we call the digital target vision of the Commission, which is one of them is to have by 2030, 20 million ICT specialists in the EU. So it is an ambitious target, and we need to get there. So the Commission set out in the Digital Education Action Plan, which was published in September 2020, right after the first confinement, a comprehensive vision for education to make it fit for the digital age, to address many of the challenges I just quickly highlighted. And more precisely, the action plan identified two strategic priorities, as we call them. One is about developing a high-performing digital education ecosystem, and the second one is enhancing, improving digital skills and competencies for everyone involved in education and training. So my colleagues in the Director General responsible for education and culture, they have the overall lead regarding the action plan, and we work very closely together on a number of actions towards attaining the objectives of the Digital Education Action Plan. First of all, in terms of connectivity. The Commission has set specific targets in the Digital Compass, which was published last year. Our ambition is that by 2030, all EU households should have gigabyte connectivity, and all populated areas should be covered by 5G. Moreover, in one of our previous political documents, we had said that schools, we should aim at all schools having access into internet connections at speeds of 1 gigabyte. So to achieve these goals, national investments under the Recovery and Resilience Fund, coupled with the European program of the Connect Europe facility, will be important to get there. Secondly, in relation to the development of innovative applications of emerging technologies, we recently closed a Horizon Europe call for innovation action in the area of extended reality for education and training. This is definitely an area where we will pursue our efforts because they really hold a lot of value, and we need to continue investing through research innovation before going to deployment. One of the strands which is very important for us is also nurturing EdTech, a thriving European EdTech sector, which is a crucial partner in education. Marc mentioned ecosystem, and this is really how we see the education sector. It is an ecosystem with different players along the value chain, and the EdTech is an important one, which will enable us to develop solutions that are made in Europe. So the aim of the initiative that we are about to start is to support closer collaboration between European EdTech startups and SMEs and other relevant stakeholders, and also to foster the exchange of best practice, to mentor them, and really support them in growing further. In relation to digital skills, which is a big part of our endeavor, we have a number of action lines which are ongoing. You've already heard and taken part in the hugely successful EU Code Week initiative, the Digital Skills and Job Platform, but I will mention 3 new initiatives which are just launched. The first one is the structured dialogue on digital education and skills between the Commission and Member States. The overarching aim is to work together on the ambitious targets that I mentioned previously, which are having 20 million ICT specialists by 2030 and having 80% of the population who can master basic digital skills. And if we work in silos, it won't happen. We need to work together at all levels, European, national, and region. And the point is, how do we join forces and how do we have paths together to make sure that we will be able to achieve our targets? So the insights that we will gain from the discussion will feed into policy recommendations that will come next year. The second strand of activity besides the structured dialogue is funding initiatives within the Digital Europe program, which is a program dedicated to the deployment of technologies. So we are funding new master courses in cutting-edge domains such as AI, HPC, and quantum. So this is for the higher education. And in parallel, we are doing a different kind of work. Marc mentioned data. So data is really a key activity for the European Commission, especially for my directorate, which is responsible for all the data policies and innovation happening in the EU. So we are launching a European data space for skills. We will have a number of data spaces in strategic sectors, including in education. The overarching objective is to have data flows within given sectors and across sectors. So then we can make good use of this data for AI, but also for different kind of purpose. And how do we make sure that we have the conditions in place to reuse quality data, quality, trustworthy, and safe data? So there is going to be a lot of work on data sharing, making sure that we can develop applications and multiple reuse of data in relation to education and training. And finally, in relation to our activities, as I said earlier, well-trained teachers are key in any endeavor. To help them cope with the wider use of technologies, we will be publishing 2 guidelines, which are deliverables of the Digital Education Action Plan. So in autumn this year, à la rentrée, as we say in French, we will present the guidelines on AI and data, along with the guidelines on tackling disinformation and digital literacy. So the objective is to explain in practical ways to educators what these technologies are, how to make sense of them, and how they can make use of them in their everyday practices. So this is going to be one of our big deliverables in the next 2-3 months. So as you see, we are working on many different fronts. However, it is clear that much more needs to be done in this area, given the challenges. It requires both European, national, regional efforts, and we all need to work together. And for that, the European Schoolnet plays a truly crucial role, bringing together major stakeholders and acting as an interface between education policy and practice. So in this respect, I'm very proud to say that the Commission has a long track record of supporting the work carried out by the European Schoolnet and its network of education ministry in many different ways. So you mentioned a number of initiatives. I have to say, Marc, that those are flagship projects for us. So in particular, for instance, you mentioned iTech. iTech was a project with almost 10 million euros. Even by today's standard, it is a big project. And it has achieved a lot. And what, for me, one of the key value and really specificity of iTech was that not many projects are able to develop such credible exploitation strategy. And when we look at the sustainability of the results of the iTech, I really have to applaud you in that respect. Another milestone project you mentioned, the Living School Labs project, which put forward the whole school approach. And when you read the Digital Education Action Plan, this comprehensive strategy, this whole school, ecosystem approach is very well present there. So the project was also very important in the principles and the approach it promoted. And finally, I would like to mention an important project, which is the Impact EdTech project that we are currently funding, and which is going to come to an end soon. So with the help of a EdTech-specific incubation environment, offering both business and access to market support and access to education ecosystem to pilot the solutions, the project has supported a number of European startups and SME to move from promising startups towards viable project. And there are many factors why I consider this project to really be a jewel story with a lot of learning, a lot of lessons for us. First of all, the project was highly relevant and timely in the context of COVID-19, given the pandemic, the urgency to come up with solutions for the education sector. And the pandemic really created a real demand for digital learning solutions and application. And what we see is that it opened up a true space for EdTech solution. And I was very happy to be able to speak with some of the best-in-class startups that are being nurtured through this project. Really, that was very, very nice to meet you. Second, what we have seen is that there is a huge demand from SMEs of the EdTech sector to apply to this program. We had oversubscription, so there is a need to support them and to sustain this support. So this is going to be, for us, a lot of lessons how we can continue to nurture the specific segment. And third, what Impact EdTech helped us is really to reach out to startups in a much leaner way. As a commission, we are a bit bureaucratic, we are a bit slow, and we are aware of it. So we find ways to be more agile, and these kind of schemes are very important to reach out to startups in an easier manner. So it is really a good exercise and certainly a way forward. So these were some of the thoughts I wanted to share with you. I'm conscious that I have already spoken a lot. And I really look forward to the two next keynote speeches, because they are really going to deal with some of the aspects that we mentioned in our welcome address. But most of all, I really look forward to interacting with you in person. So thank you very much, and happy to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for your address. It was really precious to have also this sense of this input in how not isolated we are with other organizations and framework being in place to work in these important matters. We will indeed now move to keynote speeches that will help us frame the main topics for discussion for today. And they focus on two different elements. One, as Rehana mentioned rightly, it starts from the pandemic and post-pandemic reality and how we can learn from that. And the second one will look more into how technology in the classroom can be better implemented through creating trust between the private and the public sector. So both elements that are really two threads that we will follow throughout this today's event. So for the first keynote speech, I'm really happy to have here with us Tracy Burns, which is Strategic Advisor and Distinguished Research Fellow at the National Center on Education and the Economy in Washington, D.C. She is seconded to this position from the OECD Directorate for Education and Skills, where she was Chief of Research of the Center for Educational Research and Innovation. So Tracy, thank you for joining me on stage, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, and thank you so much for the invitation. I was thinking this is possibly also the first time I'm speaking to live people since 2020 March, and so it's true. I was like, oh yeah, it's very exciting. So it's a real pleasure. I believe this should be working now. Maybe not. I'll leave it for a moment. There we go. So in the time I'm going to share with you today, I'll talk about sort of key takeaways and positive ways of thinking and how we can learn from the pandemic. And it's interesting to think as we move through 2022, sort of the time scales that are in play. I mean, the first one is the immediate current challenges for schools. You know, it's still very stressful. Teachers are very busy, students are very busy, and educational authorities are very busy. Everyone in this room is very busy. And the second one is sort of a midterm challenge. What can we learn? How can we think ahead in 2 years, 5 years to plan for it? And how can we sort of deal with the immediate at the same time as the upcoming set of challenges that we might see? And so to unpack that a little bit, I mean, obviously current challenges is about safety and hygiene still, even though COVID might be over for some people. Safety and hygiene are important, but also, and that's actual, but also perceived, right? Because this was actually quite a stressful event for everyone. So it's not just about making sure things are safe, it's about making sure people feel safe. And that's a huge piece, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. The second one, of course, is understanding what has happened when schools were closed, how students were learning, what it means for interrupted school, for restarting, what that means for their learning, and also what it means for their well-being. And by this, we look at students, but we also look at teachers, because they were also heavily impacted by this experience. So those are current, you know, the big headline current challenges, and these can be sort of put beside what we can think about for the next midterm, the next 12 to 24 months. And one is this question, which is really key for today, which is, what is the best way to harness the innovation that we've seen? We saw an enormous amount of energy. We saw people, you know, sometimes it was necessity, sometimes it was just inspiration, new ways of doing things. What is the best way to harness that? How do we know what worked? How do we know what didn't work? And how do we know where to and how to put our support? The second one, an incredibly important piece, which is, of course, supporting the most vulnerable. We know that they were disproportionately affected by school closures. We have very clear data on this. We had it before, and we have it now. So what are we going to do about it? And the third one is about resilience. So there's a question about systemic resilience and how do we prepare our education systems not just for the next shock, because there will be another shock, whether it's an extreme weather event or another pandemic or some kind of disruption, we know that there will be something. And we need to think through how we want to develop resilient systems and what's the best way to do that. So what I'm going to do today is just give you my sort of curated list of 5 positive takeaways from the pandemic. 5 things we've learned and the opportunities that come with them. The first one is actually very simple, which is a reminder of the essential role of schools, right? We have a whole conversation about technology today, but one of the things we realized, and actually Rehana said this, is that you can't replace that sort of physical interaction. I was in lockdown in Paris, and the news when Macron announced that schools would close featured all kinds of teenagers in their living rooms being super excited that the schools were closing, right? Like, yay, no school tomorrow. And after about 2 weeks, they were like, ça va, I mean, it's, you know, that's enough. Like, we're ready to go back to school. Teenagers, grumpy teenagers, wanted to go back to school. And so, you know, it was really this understanding that school is not just a building. It's part of the social fabric of our communities. It's where we make friends. It's where we have fun, if you're a student, you know, like lots of different things, also a teacher too, I guess. And it's just that understanding of just, it's about care and communities as well as learning as part of it. And so that's, I think, an incredibly positive takeaway and something we can keep with us because it's quite popular maybe to question what are schools doing? They're so traditional, they're so old-fashioned. And here I say no. Let's remember actually, they're actually incredibly important. They can be modernized, but they are incredibly important institutions. The second one is the innovation piece, which is, as I said, there was a huge amount of innovation in teaching and learning. We saw it on many, many different levels. We saw it in terms of different kinds of pedagogies. We saw it in different kinds of platforms, learning platforms, assessment platforms, different kind of digital solutions. We also saw it in a lot of different power interactions between students and teachers. Very interesting. I have many teachers in my family, and they would always say, you know, I was trying to figure something out, and it was actually my student that told me I could try this other thing. So students were also helping to try and solve some of the digital problems for their teachers. Also between teachers and parents, because parents got much more involved and understood much more of the day-to-day, and that's also a power relationship. And so interesting questions around how do we build on that? How do we take what's positive from that and build on that for the future? A second question is around what are our opportunities for reimagining accountability? Right? Many things changed during the pandemic. In Scotland, for example, they actually didn't have end-of-year high school examinations for the first time since, I think, 1888 or something. It was unthinkable not to have them, but they didn't have them. And that opened the door for asking, well, what if do we want to do something different? I mean, I don't think that there was a radical change there, but there's a question of, by breaking a pattern, it opens an opportunity. And I think the discussion of how do we want to think about accountability for schools, for teachers, for students and learning, for the entire system is a huge question. And this is something that, for me, I would put at really a top futures thinking question to try and get right. And the third one is, I don't know where I'm pointing this, remembering the power of the physical world. I already made that point about sort of the schools and the social fabric point, but really that understanding that we can have many digital solutions, and we should. And the digital world is immensely powerful, but so is the physical world. And we will find our best solutions by combining them together and acknowledging the power that comes with the physical as well as the opportunities that come with the digital. One of the things I think we really need to think about also when we're harnessing innovation is, well, what are we going to do to make this happen? And both of the two previous speakers already mentioned this, and it's about teachers and it's about teacher knowledge, right? There's been a huge change in roles and expectations, and new knowledge is actually required. new knowledge about instruction, personalized, differentiated instruction, new knowledge about assessment, including self-assessment for teachers, including assessment and formative assessment elements for their students, and new knowledge about student support. And I'm going to flag this because I'm going to come back to this as a separate topic, because this is a huge issue for teachers. And we cannot take it for granted that they have the time or the knowledge to play this role well. And yet I believe we all understand that it's really important that teachers play this role well. Another one is sort of, what do we want to think about in terms of the configuration of space and time? So during the pandemic, we saw, asynchronous learning, hybrid learning, completely online learning. It actually played with the way that we understood how learning could take place. And I think there's a lot of very interesting questions there about what worked, what do we want to take moving forward? What do we need to know more about hybrid learning? That's quite a difficult, how do you actually make that work well? And so there's a research topic there, but there's also a practice and policy topic there. And I think that that's a really interesting question also for thinking through how we can support teachers. And the last one is thinking about leadership for change. So in this case, it's understanding how to effectively engage, not just with other colleagues, but with key partners. And thinking through who those partners might be. Parents is the obvious examples. How do you build those relationships? How do you actually incorporate them and listen to them and acknowledge their contributions, but still maintain your professional autonomy and authority as a teacher? And this is actually quite a delicate conversation, and I think one that teachers often would like to have a discussion about, and potentially some help with thinking through different options. Good news, this is old data from the OECD. This is TALIS, the Teacher and Learning International Study from 2018. It will be updated in a few years, but so pre-COVID, we know that teachers actually reported being very open to change, and that they felt that their colleagues were open to change. So that's sort of, the good news point. The bad news point is this is data about what teachers felt they needed more professional development in, and ICT skills for teaching have always been number 2 in 2008, in 2013, and in 2018. We'll see what they are in 2024, but I don't think it's going to go down. Huh? And this is the reported need for it. It's not related to how much they actually had. And so this is actually important. It's distinguishing between whether or not you have access to it and whether or not you need the need for it. 2 possibilities. One is obviously providing stronger and better quality training and education so they feel that their needs are being met. But the other one, of course, is acknowledging that technology changes fast. And so you can actually have a brilliant professional development or initial teacher education. And 2 years later, it's not going to be up to date. This is actually a huge systemic challenge, not just for teachers, for school leaders in charge of student data, for parents, for students themselves, of course. When we think about being able to have access to the skills we need, we have to think about being able to update them all the time. And I mean, we can all, there's probably some massive tech experts here who just feel super comfortable doing that. But even very competent with it, educated adults struggle with this, let alone students who are learning new things. So I think this is a really serious question that we can have a discussion about also, and I'd be interested in your thoughts on this as well. And I'll stay with the tech piece because I know this is sort of the heart of today's discussion, and sort of just give a sort of overview of what we've been thinking about in terms of trends in digital technologies, and it's kind of the thumbs up, thumbs down kind of way of thinking about it. Obviously, a lot of positives, and they've also already been mentioned around increasing access, really interesting and exciting work around showing children increasingly being content creators of their own digital content. That piece of online civic engagement and what is the potential for that, for really allowing children and youth to use their voice, to participate. We see it shape their lives and shape schools. and this very interesting and essential piece on safety by design and justice by design. So creating digital environments that are built for children and youth with their needs in mind, but also that are built with diversity and inclusion built in. So that's not a given, it's a conversation, but insisting on that instead of replicating potential biases that we still have and baking them into the technology. That was what we see sometimes now. The negatives, of course, we all know this, I won't spend too much time on it, but there are, of course, clear digital risks. It's about understanding how to manage them and how to, and the kind of resilience you need. There is the question of digital inequalities and divides in access, already pointed out, in skill levels of teachers, of students, and of parents. And thinking through also what is the outcome of those skills. And there's a divide in that too. And this is a really serious challenge. And of course, the myth of the digital native, which is a very catchy phrase, but which is not actually very helpful, because young people have, young people are different, and some of them are great at digital things, and some of them are not. And so being told that all young people are born with the ability to use digital tools is actually unempowering for those who do not feel very confident. It's embarrassing to admit it. So we, raise the flag every time, like, let's please stop using this term, please. And then just to point out, there's a lot of gray areas. We don't know. I'm a researcher, so I'm going to flag that we need more research here. But there's more time online. Everyone is spending more time online. We don't really know the impact of that, if any. We see younger and younger children using digital technologies. We don't really know the impact of that either. We see the Internet of Things, the Internet of Toys, AI, social robots, and all the other frontier technologies that are emerging, fun opportunities, but we need to understand impacts and potentials as well as risks. And then the last one is sort of the obvious, which is from a research perspective and trying to understand what works, we have this tension because research takes time. And the one thing you don't have with technology is time. So we see great research coming out on Facebook now, but no self-respecting young person is really on Facebook, right? They're on Instagram and TikTok and things that I'm not cool enough to know about. So there's this question of how do we actually ask and solve difficult research questions with a moving target? I think there's a lot of great answers and a lot of great opportunities to do that, but I think it's important to flag it. That was I've lost track. I think that was number 2. This is number 3. There is, of course, the takeaway, positive takeaway. We've seen a huge increase in attention being paid to well-being more broadly. Well-being on all of its facets. So we saw digital resources, the digital resource piece, which I've already spoken about, but we also saw really a focus on academic, physical, and emotional well-being. We saw during school lockdowns, we saw whether the schools were open or not, that they were continuing meal programs, for example, for the children who needed it most, so that they could at least have a healthy meal once a day, for example, using physical activity, even in a digital way. Understanding maybe digital solutions to maintaining social bonds, and thinking about well-being in kind of a holistic way, and thinking through, well, what can school do to support it? And there's super interesting research on this, thinking through the interactions between relationships and what the student brings and the kinds of programs that are available, and thinking, the important role of families and friends to provide support and also to boost skills, and the key role of teachers in student well-being. Thinking about, we have very good data, thinking about the connection, showing the connection between positive relationships between teachers and students. It's associated with higher satisfaction at school, but also higher grades. And there's also negative relationships which have an impact on learning, resilience, and also whether students feel that they belong at school. In terms of personal resources, there's really, really a clear need to think through what social and emotional skills are needed, as a really important piece of learning, not a nice to have. Thinking about how do you actually get students involved in activities, media literacy, and the kinds of things that sometimes fall between the cracks of subjects like reading and writing and sort of more traditional subject matter, which is the problem solving, communication, how do you get along with others, how do you assert yourself, and all of these things are actually really important to well-being as well as later success in life. And then the question, of course, from a policy point of view is what works? We see really nice data on whole of school approaches. We see really nice data also on how you evaluate them, and I'll just give you a couple of examples from across Europe. This is from a policy survey we did. Again, this is pre-COVID. It's in the field right now. My colleagues at the OECD are currently running this survey again. So by the autumn, we will have new data here. But really nice examples coming from Norway about ministries, not just education, but education with health and justice and social affairs, working together to help vulnerable youth, for example. Really nice work from New Zealand after the earthquake in Canterbury several years ago now. They worked on this combination and partnership between the ministries of health and education, which helped them during COVID, by the way. They were actually had those partnerships strong. Lovely work from the Czech Republic, and I know there are members here thinking about how you actually build collaboration between, school and counseling and parents and children with special needs. Examples from the US, and this is from Belgium itself, the French community here, thinking of well-being and what that might mean in school. So all of these are fun, interesting programs, and what we would expect in sort of the 5-year horizon is that they will all be refined and built as an important component to education. And I'm going to say something now, which you've already said, but which education can't do it alone. From our policy survey, we asked, these are ministry respondents. So do you have partnerships required or present in most schools with these groups of people pre-COVID? So I'm super interested to see what the parents and families line looks like post-COVID. I would imagine it would go up hugely. But you see sort of, going to be less and less, and digital experts, which we defined extremely broadly, was in 2019 less than 10%. Again, very interesting to see what this will look like post-COVID. But I do think that there are fundamental questions about how education partners with the private sector. I know you're discussing this today, and I know that next keynote speaker will discuss it as well, so I won't go into it, but that is a key point, and I'm super interested to hear our next speaker. So I'll speed up to not take too much time, but the fourth key takeaway is about renewing our commitment to the most vulnerable. We saw very clearly the impact of school closures on them. This is just from a survey from March 2021. It was the OECD, UNICEF, World Bank, the international organizations got together and ran a survey and just kind of looked at what countries around the world were doing to try and bring those kids back in, because they're the ones who are least likely to come back if they're out of school for too long. And interesting examples, for example, of financial incentives. I mean, very different ways of thinking about it. What might actually work? How do you make it work in the long run? And I think you actually said shining a light. I think you used exactly the same term. I want to challenge us, because this is not new. The children and youth who were vulnerable during COVID were vulnerable before COVID. And we've always talked about that. And so the real question is, what are we going to do about it? And how are we going to change those patterns? Because it's all what we saw from COVID and the school closures and sort of the way things rolled out was that it just compounded the risk and disadvantage that those students experienced, that those schools experienced, that those teachers experienced. And frankly, that's no longer acceptable. So a real question of what will it take to make real progress, and how do we want to make this happen? Very last point for me on the positive takeaway is the resilience point. We do know that there's a really important understanding of how to build a resilient system. There's a lot of different ways to be agile and efficient. There's questions about how we're going to prepare resources. We know that resources are expected to be less plentiful, not more, just at the same time that we would want more resources for this. So really hard questions about what gets funded and when and for how much, infrastructure, competencies, priorities. We have a very big list. How do we want to decide between it? And this point of capacity, which everyone has mentioned and which I'm sure will be part of the rest of today's discussion and tomorrow about professional development of teachers and partnerships and how do we want them to work. And the goal, of course, for any resilient system is being able to have an iterative cycle where you're preparing and coping and recovering and evaluating and reflecting to transform and plan and just continue to do this with your day-to-day regular behavior as a school, as a teacher, as a system. And the reason we do this, of course, is that we know. The one thing we know is that we do not know what the future holds for us, and it will continue to surprise us. We've got extreme weather there, we've got war, we've got cyber attacks, we've got migration and mobility. And there are challenges, opportunities, and we can prepare. So I'm optimistic, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Tracy Burns for being with us today. As a reminder, if you have questions or comments or reflections, please keep them because after the next speech, we will sit down together before the next coffee break and you can ask and comment on what really was so far presented, which, by the way, was extremely informative and inspiring. So the next speech is from Beth Havinga, who is connected, unfortunately, remotely, as she couldn't really attend. But thanks so much, Beth, for being with us, at least remotely. We're very happy to have you here. Beth is the Managing Director of the European EdTech Alliance, and she served previously as the Managing Director of the German Alliance for Education. She has a long career, so I won't go into the details, but she also worked recently for the board of the General Ministry of Science, Research, Economics in Austria, and much more. She will shed some lights on the cooperation and this trustful relationship that we also think should build between the private and the public sector. Beth, thanks so much for joining. I'll let you start your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Despite debates in numerous countries about digitization or the need for technology in education, there are already roughly 1,600 different technology products, systems, applications, and platforms in use within any average public school. That is a lot of technology. So what are the goals then for technology in education? The last 2 years, as we've heard multiple times already today now, more than any other time have really shown us what technology within education can achieve, but most importantly, how it should be supporting our teaching and learning practices by reflecting real world practices, by capturing all types of different learning, supporting different assessment structures, skills, competencies, by being able to be flexible in delivery and in access so that we can then encompass every type of learning environment, from learning at the kitchen table to learning within a traditional classroom setting. The last 2 years have also shown us a real shift in terms of the decisions being made and the adoption and development of tech. We've seen a predominance of individual users searching for solutions, including teachers, as we heard earlier as well. We've seen that traditional solutions and traditional content aren't able to quickly translate into new environments. So a lot of the government-led initiatives in terms of radio or asynchronous learning environments weren't able to move as fast as some of the agile ed techs who could pivot to really adapt to the situations that they were dealing with locally. We also saw a relaxation of a number of different regulations and oversights, which has led to an increased innovation and which has also now highlighted a number of the topics we need to be addressing in order to make some of these support mechanisms set within the environment. Moreover, we've seen that the entire edtech industry was so invested in helping and supporting educators and learners in the past 2 years that over 73% of them offer their products for free or at a discounted rate. And this is despite the fact that the greatest majority of them, so over 80% of these companies, didn't actually have enough funding to get them through another 6 months. So there's a lot of technology being used already in education, so over 1,000 different items within every learning community. There's an obvious willingness from the edtech industry and community to support and provide access to these resources. So what happens in the future then? If we look there, what kind of role is technology going to be taking within education that becomes so vital to supporting traditional education experiences? We are dealing with a very large and exponentially increasing teacher shortage. We understand this, and we know that this ties into some of the biggest challenges, but interestingly, also some of the biggest innovations that we're currently seeing in terms of teacher-supported AI, personalized learning strategies. And a lot of what we've been through in the past 2 years has actually been setting us up perfectly to meet this challenge moving forward. Related to the teacher shortages are new paths to teaching, which include the integration of a variety of different experiences and also demands digital equity. There are other short-term challenges which were briefly touched upon in the last discussion as well. Just to mention a few: migration and displacement of learners and teachers, something that we're seeing very acutely here within Europe currently in relation to our Ukrainian learners and educators. A part of that is also then providing asynchronous access, being able to really meet learning communities and learners where they are, where they need to be, and in the situations they find themselves in. There's also the changing goalposts of skills which are currently being demanded. Those that maybe exist when a learner starts their learning journey are not necessarily the skills that they need upon the end of their learner journey. And it's how we can be actively involved in developing those skills throughout the learning trajectory. There's also changing workforce requirements, the fact that there will be lifelong learning needed in order to ensure the upskilling and reskilling needs are being met by our societies, and in turn then that the correct skills are being funneled into the industries that are upholding our communities. So there's a real need for technology, supportive technologies in our education environments moving forward. And there's the real well-intentioned desire of the edtech organizations to support these needs, and yet there is a distinct mistrust of the private sector within education. If we look at why the private sector has a role in education at all, we see that both the public and the private sector have different areas of expertise, and they have the teams and structures designed to effectively build on those specific areas. Traditionally, the private sector has been able to be more agile, to move fast, to adapt to changing needs of their communities. The private sector also isn't as encumbered by long and complicated processes by the bureaucracy, but rather can be developed to fit into the processes. And the private sector isn't limited by public budgets and can extend development quickly and at short notice, according to need, beyond what a traditional national budget might be able to accommodate. And yet, there are negative reactions associated with the idea of the private sector actively participating in education systems. They can be anything from believing that there's a lock-in approach from a number of the different organizations, so that they're winning customers for life by having them at an earlier age, that companies or corporations are representing their own agendas and actively pushing to develop education trajectories, even towards brainwashing, that there is a challenge with earning taking priority over societal needs, or education perceived as being injured, or that the quality or neutrality being injured through bringing the private sector in, or that society will be changed according to the needs of the economy as opposed to any kind of values-driven approach. Where does this come from? A lot of it has to do with history. Historically, peoples have been controlled and organized via education practices or via the ability to access them or the fact that they've been taken away. Particularly within Europe, the desire to protect the impartiality of education based against this historical context is extremely understandable. It's vitally important that our education institutions can have that degree of neutrality so that we are not led by dogmatic approaches. It also seems somehow wrong to want to profit from a basic human right. And this is something that gets mentioned a lot, especially in discussions at a policy level. I would suggest, however, that there needs to be a slight shift in thinking about the financial aspects so that we talk more in terms of financial maintenance required for necessary technologies as opposed to earning on human rights. And although the overwhelming majority of actors within this space are well-intentioned, the unregulated behavior of some stakeholders in the past years has called into question how we deal with this topic and demands a greater transparency and consequences. So how do we deal with this and address this together? If we think back to the role that the private sector has, the high degree of technology we're already using and will need within our classrooms. And if we're honest about where true competencies lie, then the solution needs to be found in viewing the education sector as a comprehensive innovation ecosystem. And I was very happy to hear the word ecosystem in just about every single discussion we've had so far. The only way forward is to really ensure transparency in terms of defining responsibilities and cooperations, and extremely importantly, also defining boundaries and limitations. The European EdTech Alliance conducted some research last year into innovation ecosystems within Europe, and the results were really sobering for us. We discovered that most innovation ecosystems are underdeveloped and extremely underfinanced, with only a few exceptions with well-established platforms. Importantly, we found that there was a pattern of these ecosystems thriving so long as they had systematic support. And that includes being the intersection between the public and private sectors. And we found that the public support factor was crucial to the success of any of these innovation ecosystems. Our international research found that the public sector plays a vital role in the development of major technological shifts, and that the countries which were building on an ecosystem approach had the greatest level of sustainability within their markets. And they also enjoyed the greatest transparency and most agile developments across their sectors. So by bringing both parties together, we have the perfect opportunity to build sustainability and then also lead really important technological shifts and innovation. Through the roundtable work led by Commissioner Gabriel this year and the subsequent publication, we were able to see that the ideas developing in the public sector was strongly reflected from the industry perspective as well. That means developing an ecosystem which is entirely user-centric, focusing on the teaching and the learning practices, developing an ecosystem which leads innovation and focuses on high-quality education, looking at developing or promoting European values, so things like inclusion, high quality, accessibility, data security, data privacy, multilingualism, fostering partnerships, and not only between the public and the private sector, but rather also looking at partnerships being able to connect the different industries. It creates an ecosystem that is interoperable and therefore also creates standardized structures. It empowers educators in their decision-making and also in their use and access. And it focuses on digital equity and accessibility, which are two key points that have been major sticking points in the past 2 years and which need extra support. Thinking of both the public and the private sector as one ecosystem, and in order to rely and build on necessary technologies, we need to develop and define appropriate systems to ensure that these can be sustainable. A real pain point for both sides is regarding not knowing how to act or interact with each other. And not only that, not really having any kind of unified way to do that. So anything that you've done in one municipality may be completely different in the neighboring one, or the same goes with states or different countries. And this is not necessarily a sustainable way of conducting business for a lot of these industry partners. It also means finding some developmental structures and strategies that ensure the sustainability of the entire ecosystem. So these range from understanding that high quality products cost money to develop and implement, through to understanding that the current procurement processes may not adequately reflect the purchasing needs or the way that purchasing even takes place anymore. It means recognizing education and edtech in the larger economic discussions and funding packages as one of the vital pillars of the ecosystem, and understanding that each of those pillars is necessary for the entirety. And should one of them not be funded well, should one of them fail, then the entire system fails as well. Our system also needs to be forward thinking, so designed for the long term, but then also focusing on what the long-term benefits are for learners and educators. From the industry perspective, there is a desire to create some kind of agreement. There's even been talk lately in multiple countries of defining a Hippocratic oath for education. So promising to do no harm, protecting our values and things like that. But does an oath go far enough? And is a promise from a company going to be enough to get over the level of mistrust that exists? Currently, no country only works with a code of conduct or some kind of promise. A lot of countries work with different public-private partnership agreements for specific areas. Some countries don't have any regulation at all. However, all countries where there are not many regulations or not any regulations desire there to be some, so that there can be ways of clearly and transparently working together. There are different ways for the public and private sector to work together, and there are immense benefits for doing this. So number one is cost reduction. I can think of a number of good case studies in the country where I am based, in Germany, in the last years, where the public sector has heavily invested in developing technologies which already existent in the industry, and which have, as a result, lost many millions of euro with the products either failing under the stress tests of the past 2 years or not ever making it to market because of missing valuable developmental steps. There's also flexibility. Oftentimes, rigid procedures that are applied within the public sector can be taken care of slightly differently within the private setting without jeopardizing the outcomes. So things like hiring processes, budget planning, implementation practices. There's obviously healthy competition, which makes the education sector more appealing and promotes a healthy environment. There's the efficiency of allowing each sector to focus their strengths and their budgets on where their key experiences are. So in the private sector, focusing on development; for the public, focusing on the balance between access and building new schools, hiring new teachers. There's risk sharing across both parties. So being able to manage the risk of implementation and the risk of efficiency, which also then leads to developing the education market. And there's enhancing each of the respective skills. The private sector has specific skills in operations and management that aren't the main strengths of the public education system, nor should they be. There's different types of agreements that are in place. Also within Europe, there's the codes of conduct, so the non-binding agreements. There's the public-private partnerships binding, which covers specific interactions or actions. There's also regulations, guidelines, and transparency systems. So these can go, they're binding, they're overarching, and they can go towards things like certification practices, and normally also encompass some kind of central information site, which helps to increase the transparency. There is no one size fits all within Europe, but there are some great examples of each type of this cooperation in practice. So we've got some great binding agreements regulating cooperation within Italy, Scotland, and Finland, binding agreements for partial areas within Estonia, England, and Germany, voluntary regulations in Sweden, guidelines for working together outlined, for example, in France. Most countries do not yet have comprehensive regulations covering all areas of interaction. Many are currently defining what best practice could look like for them. So there's no one size fits all in terms of the rollout, but there definitely is a one size fits all in terms of getting to the first steps and helping to define those limitations and explore new possibilities. It's imperative to first understand what the ecosystem is trying to achieve together. So not just each pillar on its own, but really the group together. By just saying we want to improve education, the systems are always going to be perceived to fail because the goal hasn't been defined well enough. So it's really important to first say, what do we want to achieve and what is our end goal? How binding do these agreements need to be in order to bridge that mistrust that exists in our specific location? What exactly needs to be covered? What should not be covered? What can we not agree on? What information do we need from all participants? How can we improve things for all of the stakeholders? Who's responsible and carries the weight of those responsibilities? And what do we need from each other to make examples of implementation, like private partnerships, covering different types of working together to help illustrate how following this kind of approach can really help. In Glasgow, for example, their goal was to ensure a positive destination for everyone after school. And this had a lot to do with the migration population, with the poverty level within the city, and also poverty-related skills gaps. Together, they created binding agreements and a transparency organization that brought together the entire industry. And in their words, without the industry, their entire ecosystem would fail. They also clearly see the interaction between digital industries, so the future skills for the students and the current learning, in that the digital industries within Glasgow brings in about £4.5 billion each year. And so in order to support that side of the economy, there's also then building of the skills gaps. They created a system whereby every single participant out of the industry can connect within a very clear system and with very clear regulations. Sweden, on the other hand, built up a series of voluntary guidelines and principles, and their goal was slightly different. Their goal was to create a healthy, free, innovative, and supported education market, which could develop innovation fast. Their motivation was to increase the tempo and security and quality, and so they were able to develop these guidelines and principles within which all actors within the environment are meant to act, and they're meant to uphold them. Moving further afield to my home base, there's also the example of Australia, which covered just about all of them. So their goal was to increase the safety of digital offerings and the simplification of decision-making processes. They developed for this binding agreements to cover specific interactions. They developed guidelines to cover overarching situations. They also developed entire systems by which they could then determine whether or not a system is safe, so different levels of safety and scale. And all of these came together by convening national committees and teams which represented every single stakeholder, so that they knew that all of their agreements could be met. By being transparent about strengths and limitations, we can better define the public-private partnerships, which can be key to future-proofing education systems and protecting values-driven education needs. In order to get there, it's imperative that the goals and needs are extremely clearly defined, and there can be multiple. It's important that we understand the strengths of each of the partners, and that we don't try and encourage on those strengths, but really learn from them, grow with them, and build on them. It's important that we also acknowledge where the limitations are, the boundaries are, and what we cannot do together. It's important to build on the experiences that exist within the market, so that we can, so we don't have to keep recreating the wheel. And it's important to define the guidelines, the regulations, and the agreements together with all of the stakeholders. Trust can be forged through comprehensive and transparent definitions and guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beth, for joining us today, and please stay with us. We do have some time for question and answers. Tracy, if you don't mind joining us on the stage, then we open up really for the public for any comments and questions and reflection they might have. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks. That's fine, I'm wired. Is there any question from the audience? Since we don't have a lot of time, I would really prefer to give you the chance to express any concerns, feedback, questions for our two keynote speakers. Anybody would like to break the ice? Okay, that's fine. We'll start and we'll have a short conversation among ourselves, and then if you wish to, of course, kind of give your contribution, please do so. And maybe since you both noticed that there is this thread that goes along this conference, what I would like you both maybe to inform, unless you have questions for each other, which is of course very, very recommended and encouraged, I would like maybe Tracy to maybe give us, since the next roundtable will be about education in 2030, how we can really cherish the experience so far. Is there something that the panelists, the moderator, and the audience shouldn't miss in that discussion? In the 10 years to come, lesson learned, and what we should further invest on in terms of energy and resources.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
So a question for Beth. I'm thinking about sort of the code of conduct examples you gave, and the ones I know best are sort of from the protection of children online, COPPA in the US, and various kinds of code of conducts that exist. And it's pretty clear that they're not particularly respected by the industry players, and it's very hard to understand who holds who accountable and who's actually capable of measuring whether or not private entities are abiding by it. What would you, from your experience, what is sort of self-obeying a code of conduct enough? What would an accountability look like for that kind of situation?
Thank you. Personally, I don't believe that a code of conduct is enough. I know that it's a very enticing idea because it can be industry-led. You can get there a lot faster. There's not as much red tape. It's a good, I guess, vote of confidence that you can provide, but I don't think it goes far enough. And in terms of something that does go far enough, I think it's good that the industry has made or has thought about what they would like to contribute, where their limits are, what they would like to uphold, because they're really, really important statements. But there's also a way of bringing them together with something that's more binding. There's some really good examples outside of education as well, and I would always suggest that we look to other sectors that might be a little bit further ahead of us in this regard. And I can think of examples here, for example, from Italy in terms of their use of cloud-based resources, in that there is a central agreement that has to be signed together with the digital ministry. There is also some kind of self-guiding proposal that you have to fill out as a company. You have to uphold these guidelines. There will, however, also be verification of that through the ministry. There's also a central database which helps decision-making processes, including all of the different information that goes into creating this product, so that you as an educator or you as a user can really constructively compare resources. There's also really good examples from other environments, that in health, for example, where they're a little bit further ahead in terms of the standardization. A key part, though, for all of this is that coming from either side, the public or the private sector alone, is never going to get you to where you need to go together. And I think some of the most successful versions that we've seen of any kind of agreement come from having all stakeholders present and really being able to define together what is possible, where they can find agreements, and what they both need. in terms of how to make that binding. The industry wants something binding just as much as the public sector, so that they understand how they can best act and interact. The only caveat to that, and I'll stop talking then, is we need to ensure that any regulation we're defining isn't solely inhibiting innovation. There needs to be room to iterate, to change, to come up with new ideas, and anything that is too strict in terms of the regulatory processes is going to end up impeding that.
Thanks a lot for your answer. Do you have a question for Tracy, perhaps, or should she go back to previous one?
Perhaps the previous one. I'm interested as well, sort of looking at what has been taking place, and specifically in the past 2 years, to your ideas, Tracy, about what we need to be doing by 2030. I think within our ideas within the European EdTech Alliance, we've definitely seen some strong directions, but more from the technology perspective. So I'd be really interested to hear your thoughts.
Okay, so I mean, this is a long wish list, and I'm sure the panelists have their own agendas, so they can completely ignore it as they wish. But I would love to hear their thoughts on the future of teaching. You know, there's a teacher shortage. What does it mean to teach in 2030? What concretely does it mean? Who is doing it? How are those people certified, etc.? I'd love to hear about the assessment piece. How will assessment, what kind of, not just digital solutions, but what does it actually mean in terms of how we use assessments and how we incorporate them into policy and practice? And I'd love to also hear, if there's expertise in the room, more about thinking through the regulatory piece in a digital world, which is inherently borderless, right? So you gave examples of a European-wide cooperation and sort of the supernatural, which is education is traditionally national, so already it's a level above the nation state. But in a digital world, you've got a situation where, in fact, it's pretty borderless, and with more and more competent translation tools, it's really not even limited by language, particularly. So what does accountability look like in that kind of conversation for teachers, for students, for learning, for schools? I mean, however you want to define it. What are possibilities and what are some of the risks? And then also that big question, too, of sort of thinking through, you know, if we want to commit to inclusion and diversity and we want to address the inequality piece, how do we want to structure the digital environment, the algorithms, the kinds of platforms and services that are being developed so that they are being also challenged or monitored to make sure that they are not actually perpetuating systemic bias, but rather potentially helping and giving tools to fight it.
Thank you.
Just a few thoughts, which you can ignore.
Which I'm sure it can be covered very easily in the next panel discussion. Thanks so much. Anybody would like to comment? Yes, please. I see there's a... Thank you.
So we'll come back to the bias later. In the roundtable, probably I will be happy to share some stuff. So I'm Marine from Lenovo, and I have a question for you. When you were referring to the safety and the well-being, I was even thinking if you would like to share some stuff related to the security in the building and how the EdTech also may have a role in that space with the sensors. You know, you were referring to the IoT stuff. So, you know, how can we make the school a safe place? Is that also something we should think about?
I mean, it's a very contested conversation,
I know,
right?
I know.
Because I mean, you can have a situation where you've got surveillance and you've got facial recognition and you are actually monitoring the entry and automatically blocking doors, so anybody without, permission to be in a space can actually be locked out, or you can raise alarms remotely. There's a lot of potential opportunities, but then that becomes a hugely difficult conversation about educational autonomy, and then what are privacy rights of individuals in a school and what are the privacy rights of students, because that's also a question of, if you're using facial recognition, that can also be used to think about how people are learning and what their reactions are to lessons. And then there's a question of, if you have this face of like, oh, I don't like that message, that's okay to have that face, but maybe the facial recognition system might not actually like it. So I don't know enough about this to have a really thoughtful answer, but I think we would want to be very careful here, because there's a lot of opportunity, but there's a lot of, if we go back to my very first point about schools as part of the social fabric of communities, and a lot of what we're doing is asking to open the doors to communities, to have more trust, to involve more partners, to establish those kinds of relationships. And if we move towards a more controlled environment, which might be more secure, that might actually close doors rather than open them. But I haven't done serious thinking on this, so I'd be very happy to learn more if others in the room have.
Were there other comments or questions? Yes, thank you.
I work in technologies in education.
Please use the...
I work in technologies in education, and particularly after my doctorate, I became very interested in improvisation and children as creators rather than passive responders, as you have stated quite clearly in the presentations, and also interdisciplinary learning. However, may I remind, here we are in a room where most of us, either we work in technology, in education technologies, from the ministry or other NGO, or otherwise representing a private company. May I remind of Neil Selwyn, who was a critic of technologies in education, who asked a very important question, I think, to us all. Where is this leading to? Where all this is leading to? Because most probably we are not the right people, because we may talk about how technologies may help, how AI may help us, and so on. However, outside this building, we have teachers who have many educational priorities. They have their subjects, which are very important to have. They are teaching values, they are teaching, and how all this can be combined together. And I think that's why I think maybe we need a strategy, maybe per country or whatever, a European strategy, which is not just for education, for technologies in education, but mainly how all this is helping to make, to enable the European student, the European citizen, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and the question. Do you want to comment on that, Rehana? Can we have the microphone quickly on the front row, please? To Rehana, please. Thank you.
No, I would just like to compliment about the way the Commission is approaching the use of AI in general. So it's not about technology, it's specifically about AI. So our approach is that AI brings a lot of benefits. It's a promising technology. However, we do have some challenges that we see. And to make sure that we are going to be able to really benefit from these technologies, we need to have a framework in place, regulation, which we're discussing right now between co-legislators, between the Parliament and the Council, which really clearly defines what you can do, what you can't. And the whole legislation is based on a risk approach, which is where if you have a mistrust or a use where the risk can be high, and education is defined as a high-risk sector. So clearly there are things that you can't do in education using AI. You can't have facial recognition because that can then lead to a different kind of usage that we can control. So the legislation will provide clarity, and what we hope is that it will foster innovative applications in the use of AI for education. But it will take a bit more time. So I hope that, Marc, when you organize the next session of the forum, I can maybe give you, a bit more detail. But there was a good comment by one of the startups, which was like, how do we prepare the edtech sector for this legislation so they know when it is actually going to be enforced, on what basis they can start developing those applications using technologies such as AI. Voilà. So that was just a little, postscriptum.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
If I can jump in quickly as well, based on that, I would also caution that the EU is not the only one globally at the moment defining AI strategies and regulations. However, it's the only one which is seeing the entire education industry as high risk. And whilst that does have some advantages, it also has some challenges because not all AI is equal. Definitely not all automated systems are equal. And yet they're all being judged as equal. This also then will have some challenges in terms of what the edtech providers are able to do. There's a whole extra challenges that they have to go through in terms of certification, in terms of approval. They will then also incur further costs and things. So whilst a regulation is obviously necessary and something that I welcome with open arms, I would also wish that we could be differentiating some of the differences within education so that not everything was high risk, or at least differentiate the types of certification processes that have to occur for education. Because one challenge that I do see is that with these increased requirements, we're going to not be able to have the innovation that we need to address some of the challenges that we're facing.
Thanks a lot, Beth. Perhaps, Tracy, do you want to get back to the previous comment?
Just to thank the gentleman in the front for that. I'm a huge fan of Neil Selwyn as well. And I think it's great to be reminded. I mean, education is about the student, right? It's about the student and learning. And all the rest of it is just making that happen. So in this conversation, and I was referring to that in the accountability piece, if we're thinking about who's responsible to whom and how do we want to hold, whether it's ed tech markets or teachers or any piece of the system, if we want to think about interesting new ways of assessing and imagining accountability, I think it's also really interesting to think about, can we make sure that student perspective is in that? For example, that youths are represented, that teachers are represented, so that different voices are in the room and they're able to share their own beliefs and experiences, and that is taken on board as well. And I think that's an interesting way to move forward with the power of technology and also understanding its limitations and how it can best serve the needs of education.
Well, thanks a lot. We're stretching a bit the time for the first session, and we also want to relax and have a coffee all together, continuing this conversation possibly. Also online, for the one that are joining online, please keep networking and exchanging. As well, Beth, if you want to stay also with the online crowd, please, you're very welcome. Otherwise, Tracy Burns and Beth Havinga, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing your views. We can enjoy our coffee for 15 minutes, possibly, so until 3:50. If you can get back then, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, everyone. Sorry. Can we all please be seated so we can start? Thank you.
Hello again. Thank you for joining us again. And apologies for the slightly shorter coffee break, but we want to leave enough time for this panel discussion to really open up also to your comments and suggestions and questions. So while you find back your place, I'm very pleased to introduce the next roundtable discussion, which again is open to you, which are with us today to comment, feedback, and ask questions to our dear guests, and also to the one connecting remotely through the online environment that we made available. You also can comment and ask any questions you'd like to our panelists and guests. The topic of this roundtable is about school and teaching in 2032, as we mentioned before. How can we continue supporting innovation in education in the next decade? And we have with us Elisabetta Mughini, Director of Research at Indire, Morten Sobi, Senior Policy Advisor at the Norwegian Center for ICT in Education, Lynn Delener, Education Lead Benelux of Microsoft, and Maria João Horta, Deputy Director General of the Directorate General for Education in Portugal. The roundtable is kindly moderated by Patricia Wostio, Principal Advisor for Research and Innovation at European Schoolnet. So please welcome speakers and moderators and enjoy this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommaso. We have heard in the previous keynote and discussion very ambitious expectations, very ambitious objectives, thanks to Rehana. We've also heard very fundamental and broad question from Tracy, kind of question like, what is teaching today? What is assessment today? What is accountability in a globalized world where education has to find its way? So with this roundtable, we will discuss how public authorities, through Elisabetta, Morten, and Maria João, are rethinking some aspect of education and preparing and already taking action, and also building on the lessons learned during the pandemic, and at the same time paving the way for the decade in front of us. We will also hear from Microsoft and Lean what has been also the lessons learned as a result of the pandemic, and how to rethink further the role of EdTech in education. So we are entering the more concrete side of things. And we will start with, we will go for a conversation and turn to you from time to time to invite you to join us in that conversation. And I would like to start with a first question building on the positive side, let's say, of what happened during the pandemic, that we cannot avoid to be there in the way we plan for the future. So I would like to ask maybe first to Maria João, what are the changes in rethinking education that occurs to you in Portugal after this test bed that we had in a way through the pandemic, and still planning for the future, and both linking the rethinking of some part of education together with concrete action, maybe key initiatives that you are launching or you plan to launch at short term.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be with all of you here discussing this this issue so important at the time. So I have to say you that in the beginning of the pandemic crisis in Portugal, we were already in a process of transformation our educational system. So we began more or less in 2017, and then in 2018 we published two important laws, new law for curriculum and a new law for inclusive education. So to implement those laws, and I'm speaking about them because they were very, very important at the moment, to guarantee the implementation and the preparation of teachers, we organize regional teams. We build capacity in the field to monitoring, to do some monitoring and to support schools in this transition in terms of a new curriculum, because at the time we gave autonomy to schools to manage the curriculum. So schools need a lot of support, and we were working very closely with them. So when in March we have to close the schools, like in many other countries, we at the moment decided that the process of teaching and learning should go on. So we move from face-to-face teaching and learning to distance learning. Of course, that we faced many problems like other countries, which were the lack of computers in families, well, some lack of internet in rural areas and so on, and of course also the lack of skills of our teachers. So in April of 2020, we had a very important Minister Council resolution to have a national action plan for digitalization, not just in the field of education, but in all society, with a huge investment. So we began the process of buying computers. We designed a huge program for professional development of our teachers, and also using funds from the European Commission. We began, and we are now doing that, designing and buying digital resources. So the pandemic, which was terrible, of course, as we all know, but it was a huge opportunity to rethink the path that we are doing in our educational system. And so I think that the decisions that we took, I think that they will bring us lots of transformation for most inclusive education, because this is the most important law that we have, the law for inclusion. So the pandemic shows us all the fragilities that we have in the system, and I think that we are doing this transformation and all the way that we are now building and rebuilding with the different actors, with families, putting students, giving agency to our students. I think that, well, the pandemic helped a lot for all those decisions that we are now feeling that are happening in our schools.
So it seems that the pandemic offered you an environment to implement the new law and the preparation without knowing, of course, about what's coming.
And most of all, the perspective of the political decision to put money in education, which was very good for us to have finally conditions to have better infrastructure, computers in the families and the students. So I think that it's the main issue that I would like to underline here with you.
It's interesting to hear that you also integrate support to teacher, because we know that nowadays it's not enough anymore to take decision and adopt new law. They have to be adopted by those
of course,
receiving it. So we might turn to Elisabetta to hear how was this situation addressed in Italy, and how you look forward to the decade coming.
You know that in Italy we have started since 2012 thinking about the digitalization of the school, concerning not only how much infrastructure and technologies there is inside the school, but also to support the right professional development to cope with the challenge of how to integrate technology into the daily life of the school. We have had a lot of investment, but the pandemic was, as you said, a test, and it reveals how much far away we are from the goal of integrating technology in lessons, and now, after almost 3 years of what has happened, what we see is that they need to go back to school in a face-to-face dimension. And it seems that we are going back, because most of the teacher thinks that face-to-face is without technology. And so we have to rebuild again a culture on how technology can support, can enlarge the environment, can broaden the experience of the students. So through the network of schools that we have built in 2014, that is called Avanguardie Educative, we had quite 1,300 schools that were on the path of innovation. But in Italy, we have more than 6,000 schools, and they now think that the community of practice is something that was very helpful, and so we have to work on that. That means that schools are helping our other schools to choose the right methodologies and to integrate so that technology is part of the experience, but is not the goal of the experience. That was at the very beginning. What we think that we have to rethink and redesign is to make the professional development more and more the goal center of the reform of the education. And I agree with the panelists that were before saying that we are at a key point. We have to rethink not only what it is teaching, but what is education, because we had a systemic collapse, and we have to rethink how all the systems have to dialogue and to work together and cooperate. And this counts a lot about the idea of community, because schools has to go back to build the root of the community, and in this case technologies can link communities in all over Italy. Italy is very long, and there are very rural territories that sometimes are at the borders of where the innovation and transformation happens. And we, through technology, we can connect schools, and that reinforce also the professional development that in our case was on the method of peer-to-peer. So teachers helping the other teachers, recognizing mature teachers that can be helpful to the mature in the use and in designing the didactical experience for the students. Another key point is that during the pandemic era, the students were very much content creator and digital content creator. And so we have to reinforce this, because we first announced that the transformation and innovation of school was to have a student-centered model. But it's not only a question of model, it's a question of how active is the students. And during the pandemic, they were very much active and more responsible. Going back face-to-face has to maintain such a spirit and the behaviors of the students. So these are the main goals about rethinking, working more, involving students together with the teachers in spreading innovation to the other schools.
This is really interesting to hear how, through the pandemic and the use of community of practice to try to cope with the challenge, you and teachers and all stakeholders realize that the community of practice is really an interesting way to go for, especially as we know from Thalys, by the way, as well, that teachers consider that the kind of traditional development, professional development they receive is not extremely efficient, and it's a new way of going for it, and the way technology can open it and enrich it is certainly to be noticed. And I also make the link between what you said about the students that have been content creator, together with a remark you made, Tracy, in your presentation about the need to hear student voice and to involve students in the way in the design of the way to go forward. And it's only a part of it because student agency is much more than that, but it's a very concrete starting point to benefit from as a result of the pandemic. Morten, in Norway.
Yeah, the schools were really put to a stress test when we closed down, and but I think we were relatively good prepared because we have a good infrastructure and we have a rather good level of digital competence among the teachers. And in fact, a majority of the teachers report that the digital programs and the learning resources they used worked better during the pandemic than before. And maybe it's improvement of learning resources, but maybe also a higher level of digital competence. And we also did a survey in 2021. It shows that the teachers, they feel that they can be more motivated when they have the flexibility to choose between different learning resources. And it motivates and it improves the learning. And another side effect of the pandemic is, of course, that it seems that the learning outcome was rather at the same level as before. And another side effect, we canceled exams in upper secondary, and it worked well. So the Ministry of Education have now put together an expert group and will actually look into new ways of assessment, which can be interesting.
Could you tell us a bit more about those new ways of assessment?
Oh, they started a couple of weeks ago, so okay. It's work in progress. So I have to come back to the conclusions.
So we will follow that part with a lot of interest, and I'm sure the audience as well. Just to make also a remark, when you highlight the fact that teachers have been particularly motivated by the fact that they were able to choose between different type of resources and way to go, that is indeed also a way to develop teacher agency, that not just students have to benefit from agency, but teachers as well. So it's certainly an interesting point that has been identified during the pandemic and the increased experience of technology. Lynn, you are of course not in charge of education system, no? But you are very, you are cooperating very often, Microsoft together with education system. So how did you rethink the role of EdTech in education after the two last year and looking forward to the decade coming?
Yes, well, actually a couple of years before the pandemic, you know that Microsoft is active in education for 20 or 30 years. So we have worked a lot with schools and with education system and with policy makers and leaders. And I think that way before the pandemic struck us, we already thought about how can we bundle actually all these learnings that we have of those past 20, 30 years. How can we bundle this and share our experiences when we talk about using digital tools and digital means in education and share that with schools, with school leaders, etc. So we all bundled those learnings and those conversations that we had with people from education, but also with school leaders and teachers. We bundled that in the transformation framework, the education transformation framework. And The Education Transformation Framework is actually a framework that we used to actually create a holistic vision on how transformation in education can be realized. And it's actually, it talks about intelligent environment. We talked about it earlier here in how can you organize your school, how can you make your school secure, how can you make your infrastructure accessible, but at the same time secure. How can you organize modern teaching and learning in your school? How about going about leadership and policy? How can we collaborate with policy makers to create an education system that allows students to be successful in the future, and eventually also how can we make students successful and schools successful? And of course, that framework was there before actually the pandemic happened. But we were actually working with schools and with school leaders and with policymakers to talk about the transformation framework and to see how we gradually could work on bringing that vision in practice and to work. And then the pandemic was there. And then suddenly we saw that all these different components that we have highlighted in the framework, that they were actually very relevant, but that the sense of urgency to start working on those and to start working with digital tools, that was of course creating a huge sense of urgency. And what we then noticed is that we talked about professional development and the need for professional development for teachers. We actually, what we never did before, we stepped in and we helped a lot of, locally in Belgium and in Luxembourg, we did massive training to teachers, to parents, to principals of school to make sure that they were able to continue the learning experience during the lockdown and to ensure the continuity of the schools. So a lot of effort went into partnering with the schools, giving trainings, even late at night, to make sure that teachers were had the right tools, but also were able to teach using those tools. And I think that is, when we look at today, coming back from this, hopefully, coming back from this journey, I think professional development is really crucial to create a sustainable transformation in the education systems where digital tools are often used. We also saw that because of the pandemic, the differences, the digital divide, the differences in proficiency levels between the students have even become bigger than before. We knew before the pandemic that we needed to focus on student-centered learning and on personalized learning, because every student is different, has different capabilities and different interests. But what we saw in the pandemic, that those differences became even bigger and actually created an accelerated need for personalized learning in the schools, because out of a survey that we performed with teachers and students, where we surveyed more than 2,000 teachers and students, it became clear, and this is before pandemic, that teachers truly believe that if they can focus on one-on-one engagement, if they can focus on working in a one-on-one, more on a one-on-one phase with students, that they can be more effective, and that has a positive impact on student performance. But of course, we need to have the systems to allow that. So I think the sense of urgency is still there, the need for transformation is still there, and we need to find ways with all the people here in the room, I think, to enable it in the future.
Just a quick question. Indeed, nowadays frameworks become a very popular instrument in education, defining competence and so on and so forth. Here you refer to an education transformation framework. My question is about, is there a room for teacher and student voice in the way you could make that framework evolving for it to be also, to emanate from those in charge?
Definitely, and I think that is the core of how the framework has been created. I mean, it was really by listening to students, surveying students, what are students searching for in their school career, what are teachers, what are the challenges teachers face, and how can we overcome these challenges. So it is much based on input from student teachers and principals and even technical people in schools responsible for the IT. And because we strongly believe that, I mean, we are a technology company. We work for, as I said, for many years with education, obviously. But I think that schools are best positioned to know what their vision is on education. Mm-hmm. Schools have a clear vision on that. They have a clear vision on pedagogy and how to guide their students during their learning journey. So I think we need to listen, I mean, to those input, and then try to come up with technology that support that vision and not the other way around.
You mentioned at some point parents, and it is true that it is one of the players who really entered the scene more prominently during the pandemic. So I would like to ask Elisabetta, what are the plans for involving parents more in education in the future, and more importantly, how? We know it's not just about saying, yes, we will involve parents, but to do what, on which more specific aspect. So what is the situation in Italy?
But mostly, I think that through the pandemic situation, we have two main positions. Parents who were, especially for primary school, they were replacing the teacher. The teacher, at least being a partner of the teacher, because they need to help their children how to use technology, and through that they realized some part of what is an educational process and the model and the idea of what to learn, how to learn, but they cannot be teachers. They have discovered more, and this is what we can count on, how to communicate, and how communication and being much more involved, informed, and be also part of some pieces of transformation of the school, but together and inside a framework that the school chooses for itself. So they can be involved in discussions, they can be part of experiences where the practical life comes within the school. This is typical in the Anglo-Saxon world, but not so typical at the European level. And I think this can be done immediately with the starting of the new year. And, but completely different then is the situation about the secondary upper school, where I think it's still the student, someone who we have to count on, and they have revealed a very big sense of responsibility, civic responsibility, and also on how they can be change maker in not only in difficulties, but to promote the future of the school, because they are part of that future. So in the secondary school, I think that the role of the parents is maybe to have more tools for communicating, distance communication and in-presence communication, hybrid solution, because in Italy we were only using in-presence. Now it's easier to communicate with the family, much easier after the pandemic.
Morten, in Norway, how parents reacted and how could they be involved? Could they be change agents as well?
I think in general they didn't take that much part in the home schooling. Maybe in the primary school, the grade 1 to 4, I think parents had a very active role. But otherwise, I think the more scary part of parents' involvement is United States, where the parents discover the content in the curriculum and suddenly they will change it in a very other direction. So I'm afraid I don't have that much to say about the parents in Norway.
In Portugal?
Well, one of the problems that we had during the pandemic crisis is this divide between families that can support their own kids and the others that couldn't. So this, of course, that is bring us the responsibility to try to react to this, and we have now a project that is growing on in Portugal, which we call academic schools for parents, digital ones, to promote the digital skills of the families, and it runs with students volunteers from the upper secondary that are. So we were responsible for the contents of the courses. We prepared 2 courses, one for basic skills for families, and another one, the other courses is about a safer use of internet. And they are getting very popular. We are being funded by a huge company in Portugal, the company that distributes the electricity in the country. So they support schools for them to open at night and then during the weekend. So the students prepare themselves. They use the materials that we produce, so the digital courses, and they do it in presence. So families are invited to come to schools, not just the ones, in the beginning was just the ones with lack of digital skills, but then when we produce the second courses about the safer use of internet, they are coming more, and this is growing in all the country. So it's a way of bringing parents to school, not just to speak about their own kids, but also to use school as a resources of the community.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting to see lifelong learning approach in practice through this involvement of the family, through courses about the internet and technology. I would like now to move to a specific point that has been mentioned by Tracy in her keynote speech, that is the power of the physical space. You know that with this event, we celebrate 10th anniversary of the Future Classroom Lab. And this is a kind of physical space, of course equipped with technology, but also dedicating room to test, to invent, to create, uses with the support of technology, but still focusing on learning and teaching aspect. So it's true that the physical environment is extremely powerful. I think we all experience it today, getting finally back together face to face. And I would like to ask, and I know we have several Future Classroom Lab ambassadors in the room, so please speak up as well. I would like to know, you, in all your country, in Italy, in Portugal, in Norway, you have been extremely active, and in other countries represented in the room as well, to multiply this kind of physical space at classroom level, sometimes even at school level, some interesting initiative. So how do you think now, in the present circumstances, for example, taking into account the move to the hybrid kind of learning environment, what do you think has to be rethink in terms of designing type of future classroom lab or even school future lab? I don't know who is ready to speak about it first. Morten?
First, I'd like to say that it's not much research about the design of schools at all. And I find that strange because we spend so much money building schools, and most of the schools look the same, in fact. And in Norway, we use the Future Classroom Lab in the teacher education, connected to a program on digital competence. And I think it's a pity that we don't have any good research pointing out the direction of the future building of the schools. And certainly the lab is an inspiration, but I think we really need to give advice to the school owners and the governments regarding a much more another design of schools, implementing technology, where you, like the lab, have specific spaces for presentation, space for collaboration, spaces for being creative, etc. And some schools have that in the architecture, but it's not many schools in Europe looking like a lab.
Like a lab.
On the contrary, in Italy, we have started in 2012 also, and we have promoted the manifesto that is about a new way of thinking the space of the whole school. Mm-hmm. Of course, there is an attention to classroom because it's still in the mind of teachers to work with the classroom, which is the group, and also the space where they feel comfortable, and that's something that belongs to them. Instead, the space is, we say, the third teacher, and all the spaces of the school can be helpful. But if you have in mind what you want to do with the students, how much is cooperative learning, then when you have to have the moment of the individual moment for a personalization, and also to have also spaces to go deeper in the learning and facilitating single pupils, but also the idea of working in groups. And now we have new guidelines for, in Italy, they have been launched at the beginning of May, because lots of the investment in the recovery fund plan are on the building of the schools. And there is a paradox. In 2032, there will be 1,400,000 less students. That means that now we have 7.4 million students, and in 2032 we will have smaller classroom, but bigger spaces in the building. So we keep on invest on buildings with the idea of a space where you can work individually, in group, and to present, as you said, to the rest of the school, because sometimes inside the same school they don't know each other what they do, and it's also a way of performing more those kind of soft competencies and competencies for the future job, to be much more impregnative, to be more able to speak in public, and to present yourself and to think about and to share your thinking. Because one of the main problems that we have after pandemic is that the school should now more than before help the students to have their own think about the future. Because what they do, at least in Italy, what they were doing mainly, it was to repeat what they were taught and what they read through books, textbooks. Now, because of the complexity, the difficulties, and the constant emergencies that we will have to face, let's think that pandemic is almost over and there is a world war, which is played at different level, not only with arms and physically, but also with the use of data, the use of the cyber world, the artificial intelligence too. So what we will introduce at school is something more about communication, how to produce communication. Web radio, web TV, they are very much useful to think about the future of the planet and to think as a protagonist of the future, and also something about augmented reality and virtual reality. Right now we are experimenting the use of debate in virtual reality because it can connect schools from different parts, and children can and students can think and share their opinions. So future classroom lab should be future learning lab more.
Really attractive and exciting. I guess that many of us would like to start again school in those conditions with this kind of studio and discussing about the future. In Portugal, you have been very active in terms of a future classroom lab, and also, interestingly, giving a lot of autonomy, as far as I know, to each school to design it according to the context and the need of the school and the choice. So could you tell us a bit about the future development of those labs in Portugal?
Yes, the FCL, they were very popular in Portugal, mainly because teachers come to Brussels and they visited the FCL lab and they want to have one in their own school. So we didn't give specific support for schools, but they do agreements with companies and so on, and they build their own specific spaces for this flexible learning. The support that we gave is to have this network of ambassadors that can help schools to put in the specific pedagogical practices to move on these flexible learning environments, because otherwise they sit on these fancy chairs, but then they do the same as if they are in a traditional room. As we all know, schools are very resistant to the change. So, but then they were very popular, as I told you, but we are trying now to move the concept of having one laboratory per school to have more flexible spaces where we can move kids with specific material, didactic material like robots and so on. Because with the spread of computers for all teachers and students, all the classrooms are IT classrooms. So what we need is to have a specific material for programming, for robotics, for STEAM, for arts and multimedia and so on. So we are preparing a huge contest at the national level, and then schools can choose what they want to have, and we are going in a very flexible way for them to use and to bring what they need for the specific classrooms. But of course that teachers need support in terms of using those materials in specific areas of the curriculum. So what we are doing now with the network of ambassadors that we have, the FCL ambassadors, is that they are approaching to these materials and they are preparing specific guidelines for using these materials in a specific situation. Could be in interdisciplinary projects or could be in a specific scientific subject. So it's the work that we are carry on now in terms of flexibilization of the way teachers organize the classroom. But I completely agree with Morten. We are not speaking enough about the organization of the spaces in our schools. They still are very traditional, and it's very difficult to move and to put students working collaboratively we keep building new schools with the old approach of teaching, and I think that maybe it's because it's difficult to put different services in ministry and also with municipalities that are in Portugal now the responsibles for the rebuilding of the old schools. But I think we should put more focus and emphasizes this aspect because the things are connected. I did the MOOC that European Schoolnet organizes in flexible learning, and it was amazing how sometimes we don't have to change so many things as that to put students working in a different way inside the classroom. We don't need fancy chairs, we don't need fancy tables. It's much more to change our concept of organizing the spaces, and I think that we should put more focus in discussion with teachers and how to organize the room and how to put students working with each other and having the teacher with a different role that we used to have in traditional classrooms.
Very interesting to hear that remark that we do not necessarily need to change so much in the physical aspect, but possibly in the mindset to use it. And maybe it's the right moment before turning to you, Lynn, and hear about your views concerning this learning space and technology. We have several future classroom ambassadors in the room from other countries. And would you like to share with us some of your future thoughts about the role and the use of the space? Don't be shy. Sampo from Norway. Oh, sorry, from Finland.
Hello, Sampo from Finland. Sorry that we're only a few here from Finland, but anyhow, I think in the physical spaces, it's about, let's say, the teacher's perspective, or like the perspective of learning, and that is it in balance with, let's say, the physical space. And if that perception of learning contains and emphasizes like the diversity of learning, the diversity of many ways of teaching, many ways of learning, then we have to adapt the spaces to those and make them, because traditional spaces do not make that possible. And at least in Finland, the curriculum emphasizes, like, luckily, many new ways to learn. So that's a pressure I have to put on my colleagues, that they have to also change the spaces and also maybe add like a competence of thinking about where they work and having the possibility to make a change. I was just thinking that, we sit in this kind of setup and none of us is going to change this unless someone will do something. I'm not a very good sitter, so I might do something soon.
Thank you, Sempo. Another comment from an FCL ambassador or whoever in the room about the space, the symbolic value of the space as well. I remember a study visit to Denmark, not to mention it, and in one school, and I was really impressed by the fact how the room for the teachers looked like. It was completely transparent, so glasses, and completely connected with the places where students themselves were collaborating, discussing, and it was a secondary education school, and it immediately put you in a different situation in terms of relationship between teacher and student together and teacher together. So if there is no other comment from the... yes, I see someone else.
Hello, me again, excuse me. I have a question related to the space. You were referring to the space inside the school. What about making pupils, students, teachers working together in different places? So maybe some will be at school, some will be at home. We experienced that during the COVID. Maybe also thinking about the international connection. So what about the space, connecting the space outside, you know, among the different buildings and the different places?
Thank you. Who has some experience about? We've seen some.
But
yeah.
we are still working. Let's say outdoor education, which is not outdoor because you go and visit a museum or stay in a wood or are doing experiences along a river. Outdoor, it's a concept that is outdoor of the school buildings. So it's having a contact with the community, with what is the surroundings of the school. And now there are schools that are projecting things together and are sharing, but they are very in the neighborhood, not because when they think about a space that is beyond the school, for the teacher is mobility and they go visiting and they or work in another school. And for students is still the space has to be linked because the school is part of the identity of a student. And so thinking that the physical space gives identity to a student, that was the main problem during the COVID. They were losing the idea of who they were and why they were still going at school. They don't say, I go and educate myself. I go at school. Okay, so you need to have a symbol, something that gives you the idea of being part of it, and it gives you back the identity of who you are. So we still have to work, but it's a wonderful idea. Going beyond the idea of outdoor education to connect outdoors, school by school, and in this I think technology can help.
Yeah. Absolutely. We've seen some example during the pandemic of school connecting. Maybe it was the kind of initiative you were questioning, school connecting with museum, with whatever in the community, and making use of the people working there also to keep the connection with the students, and a different way to address the subject, the curriculum, and so on and so forth in a very different way. Would you like to add something from Portugal?
I'd like just to add, it's not about a specific experience. Of course, we have some projects in terms of primary schools, the Florest School, the schools that were in specific, very, very, very good, implemented in specific and very nice places. But this is are just small examples. But I would like to just to add to the topic that we were speaking about the spaces and how do we have the spaces inside the school. Connect this with in my opinion, the too much subjects that we have inside and in curriculum. The new curriculum in Portugal put the possibility for schools to manage the 25% of the subjects and put them together. And if you put subjects together, you can put teachers working together, and you give them, for instance, one morning completely to work in the same space, or to go outside to do some work outside. But this is not yet the thing that we have. But we are trying to move in that direction, to do some connections between subjects and put teachers working together, because this, having 1 hour history, 1 hour of geography, then 1 hour of chemistry and so on, it's impossible to do a work more, with the time to do some investigation, to go outside, to go to a museum, not just because we are studying history, but because we have a project. It's important to visit the museum, bring some information and connect that information with other areas of knowledge. So I think that we should not just rethinking how we organize the space inside the school, but also how do we organize the curriculum and how we can put together the subjects to do more interdisciplinary work inside the school.
Indeed, aligning the curriculum with space and time organization in the school is really an interesting and important challenge.
Teachers still feel more comfortable if they are just, and I'm a teacher, so I know what I'm saying. Sometimes we feel more comfortable if we are alone with our students, going deeper in a theme. But I think that we should move on and rethinking this mindset of our teachers.
Lynn, would you like to say something about rethinking about the learning space and the role of technology in it? Shortly, in a way.
Yeah, I will keep it short. I think that when I visited a month ago, I think a school, a new school, that actually all the elements that have been brought onto the table, I mean, it really was there in practice. So they didn't have a lot of classrooms. They only had 2 classrooms, if I'm not mistaken, per floor. They had collaborative spaces where their people could connect and work together in a project-based approach. They had like those silent areas where they could do own work, where they could work individually on a project. But of course, there was the classical classroom as well, where teachers were able to instruct and to really also give guidance to the students, because I agree, this remains very, very important. And to the question that was posed in the audience, I mean, yes, those students could collaborate in the open spaces in the school, but also in the garden of the school, etc. So they were not bound to any space. They were free to do whatever they want. And we asked the principal of that school, well, I mean, how does that work? I mean, when you leave them out in free, and she said, well, it's amazing to see how engaged they are, how they really appreciate to be able to organize their own learning, and of course with that mix of classroom and moments, but also being able to be in charge of their own learning. They were able to choose specific topics that were not directly in specifically to the curriculum. So I think it was just a very nice experience on how it can work, and I think the collaborative platforms that we have today offer great opportunities indeed to have schools connect to each other, to have live going to another country and to experience how education works there. I think those platforms are there, and I think it also allows students to have, I mean, all students with all, so some have difficulties, have certain disabilities, and those collaborative platforms enable every learner to connect, to collaborate, to work together on projects, and I think it really creates an inclusive environment as well.
Thank you very much, Lynn. The last point we will discuss during this roundtable is about the multi-level ecosystem that is increased by the entry of technology in education. I think that in Norway in particular, the issue of multi-level ecosystem and the governance of it is very high on the agenda. And around your FADE initiative, Morten, you are trying to better identify who is the owner of the data, how to collect the data from different levels and partners in system. Maybe you could share with us what are the questions you ask yourself for the time being about that.
Yeah, one really overall goal in the digital action plan in Norway is formalize the digital ecosystem. By that we mean it's a collaboration between the government, the municipalities, and the publishers and the edtech companies. And because we have this single sign-on, the students and the teachers log on, and then they have access to content, all the content for covering the curriculum. You will have access to that, and of course, and when a student work in math or in science, of course, with the content, it leaves tracks, learning tracks, and instead of doing traditional monitoring based on surveys, we would like a more learning analytic approach, so we can generate data on a national level, regional level, municipal level, and down to the school. But of course, it's not easy because of privacy, data protection, etc. And I think it's really a challenge that many of the publishers and edtech companies, they have more data on the students' progress than we as a government have. So we are trying to deal with that, and it's a work we started up now. And I think also there is a kind of interest also from the publishers and the edtech business there, because everybody wants to improve school, and one way is, of course, much more better research with more exact data on the students. So, but it's I think it will be easier to tell you more in a couple of years, because we really it's a development work, and we are in phase 1 now. So.
Thank you very much to share it with us, Morten. It's one of the several areas where we really feel that things are starting to take place and really building on previous attempts, and the use of data is one of those critical issues that has to be addressed by the education system. I am seeing in the back, even if I'm a bit under the light and I don't see so clearly, but that it might be the time to think about going to the end of the session. But first, yeah, okay. First, taking question from the audience. So I see the micro is already one here as well.
Hello. Oh gosh, that was loud. Okay. This is more of an observation that I wanted to add into the mix of discussions, but I'm also really interested in hearing the panelists' opinions and whether any of these factors have been taken into consideration and whether they're part of the conversations at all. I think a lot of what's been discussed today around so many different factors actually, but picking out a couple in terms of taking student learning outside the classroom, getting different schools to work together, getting different teachers to work together, and how technology can enable that. I think we're already seeing in many cases where video games actually solve a lot of these problems really easily and in a way that is very natural for the students. Just to pick one example, one thing that's so I've flown, well, not flown. I got the train over from London, so my expertise is around the UK education systems. And one of the things that's working over there, and that what we're doing, is the use of esports and video games in classrooms and running different tournaments. And you have students that are able to compete against each other, with each other. They take on job roles. It's a really wonderful way of not just delivering computer science, but because they do the marketing for the tournament, they're doing the fixtures, they're learning technical skills, they're learning communication skills, they're learning soft skills and organization, all of that in the setup of this. But they're also collaborating with students from other schools and competing against students from other schools and teachers. And they're doing this on multiple levels. They do this in the online realm, and they do this in physical events too. And you can get industry involved, so that's a win-win in terms of careers. And then because you can play these tournaments using a games console, that's like one of the most portable things you can find, because you can pick it up and move it. So whether it's a Nintendo Switch or a PlayStation or an Xbox, you lift it up and you can take it out of the computer lab, put it in the library, put it in the school dining hall, put it in the auditorium. Teachers take it into the staff room, and now you've got teachers competing in esports tournaments against each other in other schools, and you create inter-school collaborations. So technology used differently can really help us meet the agenda in terms of innovation for tomorrow, I feel. And so I've said a lot already, and I'll stop there. As I said, there's a lot in this space, but just interested to know what the panelists think. Thank you.
Thank you for promoting gamification in education. That is one of the ways, indeed, technology can bring something. We have another member of the audience who would like to... you have also one. So we will come to you just
Yes,
after.
hi everyone. Shweta here from ISFE also. Just when I was thinking about the year 2032, I was just thinking, have you thought of incorporating children into this discussion, pupils into the discussion? I just didn't see it in the discussion, so I was just wondering.
Maybe I will answer that question right now. As you can see, we have a quite packed agenda for this forum, but we already planned for the conference, the annual conference of European Schoolnet to invite students and to express their voice at that meeting. So unfortunately, it was not possible this time, but in the next conference, we will go for it. And thank you for reminding us that importance. Maybe here, if we can have... okay, just be patient. There were a lot of... I'm really sorry, but I do not see till the end. Yes, the light are extremely strong, so...
Yes, actually, there's a question from a member of the audience online. It's a question for all the panelists, and he's wondering whether you think, based on your different experiences, if teachers in a post-COVID period are using the digital tools to promote more traditional teacher-led learning, or if they are now using a tech and digital tools to facilitate more student-led learning.
Excellent question. So we will address it very quickly, but first of all, what do you know about that? It's not so obvious to collect the information about Morten.
Yeah, we know a little bit, and to be short, the really good digital competent teachers, they really involve the students a lot, and with collaboration, project work, etc. But I'm afraid also we can see examples of very traditional use of technology, only teams, only individual work, etc. So it's both, but mostly in Norway, I'm very impressed by the work, in fact.
Mostly, I think, during the pandemic, for traditional teaching. Even though most of them have discovered that they can be helped by students, and it's something that can be engaging for both of them. And so maybe some we will go to have a different way of teaching through technology. But right now, the majority is on traditional.
Maybe the pandemic didn't help from that point of view?
Yes, pandemic didn't help, I think. But for now, at least the work that we are carrying on with teachers is very based on the needs that they have. So this huge program that I spoke in the beginning, we use the tools that the European Commission built, the check-in tool, to see the digital competencies of our teachers. Just to give you an idea, we have more or less 100,000 teachers in Portugal, and more than 90,000 they did the check-in. So we knew at the moment, in the beginning of training, how they are in terms of digital competencies. And then we put them in different courses, depending the proficiencies that they have. So I think that they are now training in the specific areas where they need to be trained. And more than half of our teachers already finished the first level of the courses where they will put it. So I think that they will change, and because of what I was telling you, in Portugal now all the classrooms are ICT classrooms, so the students are using and taking the computers. So something have to change, because otherwise it will be stupid to have the traditional model and the students well equipped to do other things like gaming, for instance. Gaming is a good methodology to work with the students, not the only one. It's one of the good methodologies, and if they are well equipped, they can build their own games. They can play and learn during the use of this kind of stuff.
Lynn, anything you would like to add on that?
I would like to refer to the study that we performed, asking 2,000 teachers, more than 2,000 teachers, 2,000 students, about the classroom of 2030. How would they look at it? And I think, to answer the question, it was all about, student-centered learning, about putting the student in the center of the learning process, and having the teacher be there as a coach and as a guide, and to support them in the learning, and to really enable the teacher to focus more on that one-on-one engagement with the student. And out of that survey, there was a strong request from the students to have more of these learning experiences in the classroom. And it was actually also the ask of the teachers. So teachers truly believed that they would be more effective in supporting students to be successful if they could focus more on that one-on-one engagement. But unfortunately, they also mentioned that they did not feel equipped to do that, that they didn't feel that they had the time and the tools in place to do that. So I think looking at it from to the future classroom and future way of learning, I think enabling teachers to focus more on personalized learning, to really be a coach, and not only a coach. I truly believe also in the classical way of teaching. It's not one or the other. It's blended. It's a combination of both. But I think that is where we probably heading to, and that is what it will be a crucial skill when you join the workforce, that you can be taking care of your own learning, because lifelong learning will be critical to be successful moving forward. And I think we have a long way to go to encourage everybody to have a lifelong learning mindset.
Thank you, Lynn. We will take the last question from you here in the front. Just mention who you are, please.
Hello, panelists. My name is Isha. I'm a psychologist, therapist, and recently turned entrepreneur, so I'm from that sector. I loved how a lot of keynote speakers, one of the panelists as well, spoke about, disability inclusion. So I'd love to hear the forecast of how, innovation, technology, adaptive spaces is all coming together for an inclusive, classroom, or to foster more inclusive mindsets for everybody, for the mainstream to come together. So I'd love to hear the forecasts till 2032, and what are we expecting, what are we seeing? Also, I come from the innovation and ed tech for special educational needs, so I'd love to hear.
So it's a very broad question, a very important one, and indeed, at least the awareness as a result of the pandemic of technology also sometimes adding inequalities to those that are already there in education has increased. So to try to briefly, because we have to stop very soon, would you like to mention something about that forecast using technology to include students in particular with special needs?
Well, I can just say that with this law for inclusion that we have in Portugal, we look to the students as all of them will need some support at a certain moment. So we don't look if they have special needs or other things. We look to migrants because they need to receive specific classrooms, classes for Portuguese, or we can speak about another situation. So we don't speak just about disabilities. So of course that we have all of the people that work in education have a long way using technology to support the needs of our students. So the vision that we have is that to look to the students, see the barriers that they have to find the way to achieve the knowledge. And sometimes it will be with ICT, sometimes it will be with other things. But it just look to the students, to the specific needs, and then, well, see the technology that should or could support the student.
Any other? Yes, Martin?
Yeah, I think technology has a lot to offer students with special needs. And if you look into students who have problems with reading, writing, etc., technology can really identify the problem and also help a lot. And even programs from Microsoft, for instance, have a lot of functions that can be used if you are struggling reading, writing, etc. So yes, I'm very optimistic, and I think we will see much more, let's say, much better technology that can be used easily by teachers in the future. Yep.
Elizabeth, do you want to add something?
No, I agree with what they said, and sometimes you don't distinguish people with special needs when there is the right use of technology, and they reveal to be more included in what the classroom was doing during the pandemic. Now we have to, I think that this is part of research that we have to do. Yeah. In deeper maybe data and figures, because now we speak only because we have seen here and there, but we have to do it better.
Indeed, I still would like to have a very short testimony about another study visit in Greece, precisely visiting schools for special needs students using a very different kind of technology. And it was very clear from the teachers and also the one running the system in Greece that the biggest challenge was that every single children facing this kind of needs needs a different type of technology to address and to be able to cope with. So at system level, it's a real challenge to identify how to equip the schools in terms of different tools, different technology, as a way for them to really address the specificity, not to treat it, but for the children to be able to do something with the technology. The diversity of need was really immense, and it really created a very important challenge for the education system to decide how to equip and clarify, and also train the teachers in using it. But it's really an important question, and technology indeed has certainly a lot to bring. So I think that we arrived to the end, and I see my colleague in the back with a big smile saying, yes, she got it. Okay, so I of course wanted to thank the 4 panelists for joining, to thank also you to listen, yes, the audience, and to contribute the chat as well, and my colleagues managing in the back the question and so on and so forth. I just would like to close the session with two remarks. The first one is that nonetheless we see a lot of action being taken, being designed, being planned, and really trying to integrate new thinking about the issue at stake. We still have a lot to learn and to work on. What are the organizational, what are the pedagogical, the emotional, the social implications of digitalization of education? We still face a lot of questions to be addressed to help us to implement it in practice. And the second comment that will be very short as well is that we also see from the pandemic with this sort of massive use of technology, how much education system with or without technology are not self-driving systems. And there is still a very huge need of vision, intention, capacity of all the stakeholders involved, from the policymakers to the school, to the teachers, to the parents, and to the students, to take it in hands and shape it in the way that will bring us to a safe, inclusive, and learning environment. So with this, we will close the panel, and thank you again for your attention, and we pass the floor to first a break, and then this next roundtable. Thank you.
Please enjoy the coffee break, and if you can try to be back at 5:30, we'll have the last session before.
We need to get this back. Thank you, Lynn. Thanks to you. Thanks to you. Thanks. He will come to us, I guess.
Shall we go there?
Yeah, yeah. He's
Can we show perhaps the Hello again. Thank you for joining. Is it possible to show the drawings in the meanwhile? Just until we're back. So while we wait for starting, I'm just reminding that we have a great illustrator, Katie Chappell, that is following all the findings and the results of the discussion and building these nice infographics and drawings. So feel free to follow that here and on Twitter as well. We're sharing all the results. And we will start back in 2 minutes.
With Schoolnet for some time, but you know the partnership was a bit slow, and we tried to start again, be more collaborative. So yeah, I like the format. I like the format of the event.
Yeah. It's a good.
It's not too big, you know, so it really enables discussion.
I think it would be good tomorrow to dive into complete context, right? Yeah.
We'll remove it because I feel like oops. Thank you. C'est bon. J'ai l'impression que ça va.
Okay, welcome back, most of you, and the one that haven't yet, if you want to sit with us and follow the next roundtable discussion, you're very welcome. This roundtable, as you know, will actually deep dive into the EdTech sector a bit more, and what we aim to have here is a critical discussion, as the title says, about how the EdTech sector can better support education in the post-COVID world. I'm sure this is a relevant topic for all of us, and looking forward to hear the findings of this conversation. With us today, we have Martin Sonderlev Christensen, head of the Institute of Didactics and Digitalization at the Copenhagen University College. We also have Marine Raberin, AMEA Education Segment Director at Lenovo, and apologies for the mispronunciation of your last name.
Fine.
And we have Georgi Dimitrov, which is from the European Commission, DG Education and Culture, the head of unit of digital education. Moderating with us, we welcome Jill Atwell, Director, Technology and Learning Professional Associates, who has worked with us on several projects, and that we thank for the availability of moderating this discussion. And then afterwards, it's your contributions from here, Brussels, and from the online environment. Please do share your concerns, reflection, and question for our roundtable members, and let's warmly welcome them.
Thank you, Tommaso, and thank you very much to everyone for making it back for this final roundtable. It's been quite a long afternoon, so it's nice to see you're all still here. With this session, what we've decided to do is that we'll start off discussing a couple of questions amongst the panel, but then we'd like to come on reasonably quickly to getting some input from everybody else in the room, and indeed anyone who's joining us online who wishes to make a contribution. Now, I think one or two people have seemed rather shy so far, So I think what we'll do when we come on to contributions from the floor is that I'll try asking you some questions. And we're looking today at how the EdTech sector can better support education in this post-COVID world. So the sorts of questions that I might be asking you are, okay, so what is it that needs supporting? What are the unmet needs? What are the challenges that EdTech suppliers can be working together with schools to try and solve? What are the pitfalls you foresee going forward? How do we ensure that schools and teachers and school leaders have a role in shaping how EdTech evolves rather than being shaped by it? And I'd be very interested to hear from colleagues on the floor examples of things which have gone very well during the last couple of years, and also things which perhaps haven't gone as well as one would have hoped, and what could be done about making improvements as we go forward. Okay, so what I'd like to do first in talking to the panel, I'd like to talk first of all, and I'll get Georgie to answer this first, and then get other panel members to give their opinions. The Digital Education Action Plan, which many of you will be familiar with, aims to support sustainable and effective adaptation of education and training to fully exploit the potential of digital technologies. And I'd like to ask the panel, starting with Georgie, how important in this endeavour is collaboration with the EdTech sector?
Well, good evening, first of all, everyone, and thanks for being here. I agree with you that it's late and we need to respect you. Thank you for the question. In fact, when we adopted this Digital Education Action Plan, which I hope many of you are familiar with, we had a very peculiar time. This was just in the start of the COVID pandemic, right in the autumn. And this has been a very instrumental moment in the shaping of the digitalization, let's say, of education in the last 2-3 years. And the reason for adopting this Digital Education Action Plan was, however, not to respond to the COVID, but to use this momentum and look ahead. That's why we have put forward a very long-term outlook for this initiative. In fact, we have aligned it with the programming period of the European Union, which is 7 years long. And what we have done also is to reach out to as wide a, let's say, group of stakeholders as, and I hope I'm not going to sound immodest, but as never before in the field of education, because we have reached out to not only the traditional stakeholders, but also to the private sector. We have reached out to, of course, the community of teachers, to the students and pupils. Very important group, parents. 40% of our stakeholder consultation respondents were parents. I mean, we don't talk to them normally. So as a European Commission, we're far away from that. So as you can imagine. So this is very instrumental because it creates a completely different dynamic. And I think that here we have seen also the emergence, or the second emergence of the EdTech sector. We saw it very prominently because it started to deliver very, very fast all kinds of solutions and services. I mean, they are very agile, unlike many other, let's say, perhaps stakeholders in this field. And we have observed this with great interest, but also with some, well, let's say, realistic observation about what this actually means. And why we did it, because with the action plan, we have set out 2 strategic objectives, and I just want to focus on the one, which is to support the, what we call high-performing digital education ecosystem. And if you just look back a bit and take a distance and look at the education system as it emerges today, you see all these different bits and pieces, and I'm referring to the digital education ecosystem, and these are the platforms, these are the tools, these are the services. None of this was digital before, none of this existed in that way before, and what you see is that a lot of the suppliers is actually coming from EdTech. And so we have to ask the question, I mean, if these are our partners in the shaping of the future digital education ecosystem, then what does this mean for the teacher? What does it mean for the pedagogical, let's say, development? What does it mean in terms of effective learning outcomes? And all of these are questions which I would say we have not really explored before, at least not in the European Commission, as it turned out, not so much also in the member states, because we have since 2 years, taken some let's say, steps to identify what is really actually the important part here. And one of the clear indications that this is a sector which is accelerating very fast is just the market. And the market is speaking clear numbers. You see more than 2 billion or 3 billion investment in the EU alone in 2021 when it comes to EdTech. This is like twice or 3 times the number of the previous year, 2022, and I don't even know what the growth rate is in a 5 years term. But of course, we have currently a downturn, so I'm not quite sure how those valuations are. Nevertheless, it is clear that this is taking shape, this is accelerating. The other important thing is that the political discussion is seeing the importance of the EdTech sector. The member states, the ministries that we have talked to, and I'm sure that many of you would have experienced such discussions, tell us how do we do with this sector in our education system, what do we need to take care of. And so one of the things that we have done, and my commissioner has put in place last year, is a roundtable of European EdTech entrepreneurs. So these are a group of 11 entrepreneurs from different member states whom we have invited to discuss questions around the quality, the learning, the technology, admittedly at a higher level. But all of this essentially confirmed our belief that we are seeing a very important stakeholder in the evolving shaping of the digital education ecosystem. And in fact, those entrepreneurs have adopted a very interesting document, which I invite you maybe to consult. It's public. It's called Time for Action. And if you Google EdTech, European Commission, and maybe the commissioner's name, which is Maria Gabriel, then you might be able to find it. Now, the last point I would wish to say here is that we do see that this is a partner without which we would not be able to proceed. What is very, very important for us is to look at the right conditions in, let's say, engaging with this partner. And I would like to give you just an example to finish with. If you look at the healthcare sector, it has gone through major digitalization. It goes through it right now, and it is heavily, heavily regulated. Very, very heavily regulated. If you look at the education sector, of course, in Europe, it's completely national. It's very regulated. If you look at education technology, what can you say about that? So there are a lot of questions that we would need to ask going forward, but I would stop here.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. Maureen, would you like to give us your ideas?
Yeah, so probably I would echo to what you just said, but from the other side of the discussions. Obviously, you know, on our side, from the EdTech, there is different role that we have, you know, to collaborate, you know, and build this new challenge. The first one is to, you know, to answer to the need, which has been expressed. We were referring to the exponential demand that we've seen, especially during the COVID, but it was already before, which has been extraordinary. So I think from our side, it has also been a key action, a key challenge as well, to cope with this exponential need to equip the school and the education environment with technologies. And I think that has been our first action for the last 2 weeks. I'm just checking, excuse me, and to answer it in a sustainable way. So to make sure that what we are proposing is adapted to the education environment. You just said that, you know, there is a strong regulation. Strong regulation around healthcare, and it should be the same for education. It's true that we cannot provide solution to the pupils like we do for a private company. Right? So the idea is also to... Okay?
I think just leave it. Maybe they can hear you.
I don't know if that is... Yeah, okay. So the idea is also to make sure we answer to this need in the right way, to make it adapted to the need of the pupils and the schools. For example, the reliability, of course, the security.
It's like you are online.
Okay, let's go. Now I hope there will be no echo. So okay. So that's one. Make sure that we answer to the need, which has been extraordinary. Then, but also being proactive, as you just said, contribute in those discussions about what do we need for the future of our classes, for the future of our pupils, for the sake of the learning experience. So what are the type of innovation that we can bring? So obviously, as you just said, we are pretty agile, reactive, responsive. So we are also able to maybe open discussion on stuff that has not been identified so far. I can think just before someone was making a comment about the gaming, so the e-sport. Why not? What about virtual reality? How can we also use those new systems which about the virtual reality, artificial intelligence to maybe bring something new to the learning experience? Also about, I was referring to it before, also how to provide the appropriate solution which will enable that we have some people in the class physically, but also some which will be at home or somewhere else. So how can we make it smooth, and easy for the teachers as well? So we have to be super reactive, and we have been, I think, you just said. Also being proactive by, opening doors to some innovation which could be, interesting for the school and innovation. And also, I think something you mentioned, and I was discussing with a colleague just before in Poland, the fact that we also need to work together in the EdTech itself, so that we can come to you and say, okay, we can provide this, another one can provide that, and all together, this is an end-to-end solution which sounds to be easy to use. So it's also our responsibility in the EdTech industry that we collaborate together, partner together to join, the different blocks of a solution which will be adapted to the need of the school.
Thank you very much. That was interesting. You were saying it's important for organisations within the EdTech sector to collaborate with each other, as well as to collaborate with education and with education policymakers. So you don't just get such a kind of siloed approach to solutions.
Yeah, and in my mind, just to illustrate, maybe the type of an easy example would be, okay, if we are proposing some virtual reality glasses, okay, we need to partner with software and application providers which are providing content to of lessons which could be done on a virtual basis. So and also partner with some companies which will be able to deploy those solutions at school and support the teacher to do it. Mm-hmm. And the three actors together, we have an interesting solution for the school. So that's an example among many others.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Martin.
Yeah. I'm probably representing sort of the school in this context, and I would say to your point, Georgie, that the edtech sector moved fast and were agile. The teachers and the students were also extremely agile and adaptive in this COVID area. And coming out of that, I think this is what we will hope to see, and also hope to see collaboration around that. Entrepreneurship is something that happens everywhere, and I think when looking at the edtech sector, yes, it's obviously been increasingly sort of important and a sort of a moving perhaps from being a sort of a disruptor in the outskirts of the school system to becoming almost like a critical infrastructure. And I think that step forward also requires, as you say, also perhaps how to regulate this, how to, if you talk about collaboration is best done when you know each other well. And I think, so we have to sort of get into a conversation about what happens at the teacher level, at the pupil level, because I think there's a question perhaps of layers. Obviously, there's infrastructural layers where the edtech sector plays a huge role in providing and also innovating in how we can sort of get tools and technologies and platforms into the system. But there's also other layers where, for instance, the didactics, how is this sort of carried out in the room? What does it mean for the way of teaching? That we should also be very interested in. So, and I think one of the interesting things about, as you say also, Georgie, it's a wild bunch of companies that moves into this. Obviously, there are many big players that also have huge interest in that from the tech giants and so on. But when you look at what happens in the classroom and in the school context, there's a lot of other technologies and vendors and players that are not part of a sort of a system of edtech that is in place. So it's really a mesh of things where, and I think to that extent, it's probably important to think about how we kind of in one way regulate, but also in a collaboration allows for different kinds of things to happen with different kinds of players. So obviously right now there's a consolidation because the edtech sector has become such a huge important player in the school system, but we should continue to sort of innovate and be entrepreneurs, everyone. And I think that's also what for instance, something like the Future Classroom Lab can move on to actually instill this sort of entrepreneurship in not just with the tech companies, but also with the teachers and at the end of the day in the classroom as well.
That's very interesting. It's interesting leading on from that it was mentioned earlier on that the European Schoolnet was involved in Impact EdTech, which was all about incubating edtech startups. And I've recently been involved with them in doing some further research and looking at what are the needs of edtech startups, what can be done to help them and support them. And one of the things which was quite interesting was the number of very small edtech companies who were saying, we'd like some way of kind of getting in with collaboration, getting in with testing. And some very interesting things were coming out of some of the test beds which have been set up in Sweden and Finland and one or two other places where it's that much easier for a variety of edtech entrepreneurs and solutions providers to kind of work together.
And maybe also to think about a more sort of even sort of a European way of doing this. If you think about what the technology sector has done to a lot of other sectors, as you also mentioned, the sort of maybe sort of more Silicon Valley-like disruption, where people that are not in this sector or they're not in this business, they enter into this business with technology. I think it's increasingly important to empower teachers and people that are professional in the field to actually be the innovators rather than someone that comes from the outside with technology or just with muscles in terms of finance to sort of turn a sector over. So I think we have to, and we can do something different in the European zone because we also at a level can kind of regulate this.
Interesting.
Or encourage this at least.
Can I ask, would anybody else like to make any further comments or observations based on what we've been saying so far? Lady at the back there on the left.
This is working, okay. Hi, my name is Marisa, and I'm listening to all the speakers today talking about how technology can help and support education. And my feeling is that I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but my feeling is that we are concentrating all the time on students that are autonomous. What about infant education? What about primary school education? How can technology support that kind of education? Because those students are not independent, and that was a big problem during the pandemic, because parents are not teachers, most of them are not used to technology, and to be honest, sometimes the school were not ready to face this challenge. So I don't know if you could give us some tips on how this sector can help this part of the education that most of the times we forget is the basis of our future students.
Maureen, do you have any thoughts on that?
I had a thought, but it was a bit, not contradictory. So I agree with you fully, and it's true that that's the need to digitalize school start with a young age. I don't see you, but the young age. But I was about to comment saying it is important that we introduce IT technology to support the learning experience. But I think it's not just to support the learning experience. I think it's an imperative, because those pupils, those students, they will use IT in their professional world. So it's not just about using IT because it will support the learning. Yes, of course, and I cannot say the contrary, but I think there is another objective that we need to remind, is that most of those pupils will need to be trained to use properly the technology, and not just using Instagram, because using Instagram or Facebook requires some skills, and they may be very autonomous, very what was the name? The myth of I like the expression, the myth of digital native. So they are digital native from an Instagram perspective, but when it's about sending an email properly, sending a CV, making a research for a job, they are electronists. So they don't know, most of them don't know. I think it's 1/3 of the teenagers of 13, 14, they are electronists. So I think it's not just about IT supporting learning. It's also that anyway, our education system needs to make sure that our pupils are ready for this. So I'm not answering exactly your question, but I'm just commenting. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll say to that technology can support, but not any technology can support everything. So it's also about finding the right technologies and the right tools, if we are to say that more appropriately, perhaps. But to the extent that as you say, that we're looking at a literacy in a way, so at all stages of the education system, and probably also in the surrounding sort of social fabric, we need to figure out how we can sort of learn about technology through technology, so we can kind of instead of sort of seeing it as a medium, so we need to sort of provide at any level at where the students or the pupils are, the ability to open the black box, to look in at what's behind the scene, to understand what it does in many levels. Even if you are at the first level at school, you will have to, and we can only do that by addressing the sort of the didactics of how you actually learn about things, and so I think it's important to figure out the role of technology in this, to sort of enhance learning rather than just being a medium or carrier for knowledge and so on. Yeah.
And also it sounds as though what you might be saying is that educators can't be stepping back and saying, oh yes, the ed tech companies can tell us how to do this. Actually, we all need to be very, very heavily engaged in looking at exactly what needs to be done and how it needs to be done.
That's what separates the school from what happens at home, in a way that that someone is taking charge of what goes on in a good way, obviously. But because obviously the children of today will meet technology in all kinds of ways and probably increasingly also. So it will be more important to talk about what this means for them as a sort of a literacy in a way. It's become just as important as learning a language or so on, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
I know I'm a bit of a pain. I totally agree with you, Marine, that our students sometimes are not digital natives, most of the times. They are electronologists, you said? Yeah?
I wrote it, electronist.
Sorry, I forgot the concept. But again, that could be a problem because teachers don't have the training or the tools at schools or the policy to teach those students to use technology properly. And again, my question is, how can technology help us? Because I am now part of a teacher training institution in Spain. But last year and 2 years ago, I was in the arena working with the students and seeing the problems that we have in schools. And teachers are doing their very best, but sometimes they need a guiding light, you know, to know how to kind of use technology appropriately for their students, most importantly in the early ages. So I don't know if, you as a ed tech, like the representative of the ed tech community, or the Georgi Dimitrov as head of the unity of digital education could have some ideas about how to tackle these problems that are real nowadays still in most schools in Europe. I'm talking about Spain, but I have friends in Finland that have the same problem, friends in France that have the same problem, in Germany, in the UK, etc. So it's not only a Spanish problem, it's a global problem, I think.
Georgie, did you want to say something?
Well, thank you very much. So maybe I first of all would like to agree with what my fellow panelists said. And I mean, what you are describing, of course, is intuitively known to I think, the majority of the people here. And to me as well, I also went through it, of course, not in the arena, but just observing. I have a daughter who is of that age. I mean, but abstracting now from the personal and going to perhaps the kind of policy level. And I am a little bit further away from the arena, as you have described it, so you would excuse me there. I mean, what you can see is that the speed and the agility with which things happen in terms of putting technology in the classroom has increased exponentially. This we have said, and this is remarkable. However, what has not happened is that the question of how you bring it is, let's say, properly vetted, first of all, in the way you would vet some other critical questions in your life, because you ideally want to give your child to someone who knows what they would do with it, ideally do no harm. This has not really happened, and to get down from this theoretical, what may sound as a theoretical level, I would say, first of all, if you look at the question about quality assurance in education technology, if you compare it with even primary education, but if you go further, this is not a question which is rigorously addressed. I don't want, by the way, to create the impression that I'm pleading for European regulation on EdTech, because the European Commission operates in the field of subsidiarity, so please do not misquote me, because I'll get into trouble on that one. But I'm saying that we need some common rules, some common approaches. I think the question of quality assurance is fundamental, especially when you speak about primary age kids. We need to understand that the majority of the products nowadays in the EdTech, and there is thousands of them, are basically software-based products of people who are coming with the programmer mindset to the education field, to the school, and they are approaching it as if it were a market. And it is not the way it works. And I think that what we need to be thinking there, I'm not replying to your question because I think that this would take a lot of time, but we need to rigorously ask the question of what this specific product or that specific product does for the learning development of this specific age that you have addressed now. I don't think today we are doing this I don't think even in the national context, in the majority of those that I know of, I may be wrong, I don't think we do it. So the question of quality assurance will be here to stay. That's one very important question for the EdTech. And I think ideally we should have a cooperation by the EdTech sector coming together, sort of self-regulation rather than something top-down. And the other aspect that I would like to mention is that I do believe that there is a wisdom of the crowd, if you like, and given that there is so much activity and so much innovation and creativity in this space, which is, not to be denied. There is a lot of people who are really passionate about this. Sometimes it's just that it's very, very narrow, and then the implication of one tool is sort of not really foreseen in the bigger picture. So I do believe that here the question of partnership, and in particular public-private partnership, is instrumental. Why? Because, as you have said, Jill, many enterprises in this field are micro-enterprises. So this is unlike many other, let's say, digital markets. You take whatever else. The micro level of enterprises in that tech sector is quite interesting as a sort of statistical representation, and therefore it is not to be expected that each of those micro enterprises would be completely successful on the free market. So we do need to think about public-private partnership in the way we approach, at least in the European continental context, we approach education, namely as a public service. And therefore, there needs to be a much stronger embedding of the public-private partnership idea. I cannot stop before I say that with the Erasmus program, we are supporting the partnerships through the cooperation instrument, but we need to see much more. With this long sort of answer, I think maybe we will get to the level where we would ask the right questions before we introduce the technology so fast. But I hope I could reply a little bit to your question, Marisa. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. We have lots of hands suddenly got up. Who was first? I'm sorry?
We would also have online questions.
Oh, an online question as well.
Yes. So when people from the online audience was wondering, based on your different experiences, if you think that the digital experience during the pandemic has left the teachers who have experienced it with a sense of the potential of technology in learning, or rather more aware of its limitations?
Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we have done sort of surveys of the teachers that we have, and also in the school, and I think that COVID experience, as you say, has left them with sort of feeling more incompetent because they know a lot more of the tools, and they've been sort of exposed to a lot more. So in a way, like the more you know, the less you know in a way. So some of the things that we're seeing is that obviously you become much more accustomed with these things, but also you know what it's requiring from you. So when you ask at least the teachers to self-assess, then they will say that competences has gone down because the demands has gone up in a way. So I think that's the feeling that's represented in some of the surveys that I've seen. But obviously, if you look at it, the competences has, of course, been given a big push, regardless of how involuntarily it was. People have become more knowledgeable and experienced with this, but in the self-assessment, they now also know what they don't know.
Interesting.
I was about to add that the learning also from the COVID on our side was first that, you know, the simpler the better. So make sure that the way we design the solution is as simple as possible so that teachers don't lose time at school during the class, you know, to use IT. So make sure that, you know, the product, the solution, you know, they are easy to use and really enable, you know, a fast setup. And also another thing which has been raised by what happened at the COVID is the need for services. Because, you know, at the end, the teachers and the pupils or the students, especially when they were working from home with their parents, they need support on the you know, the product that they are using. So it is super critical that not only we provide solution, but we are also by design, you know, thinking about the service that will be proposed to better use the solution or the devices. So I think really the binomial of solution, product, and the service to support the usage, especially when it has to be remote.
That's interesting. So do you think that in some cases edtech companies are producing a product and saying, oh, here you are, but there should be a more support alongside?
I think it's not about the edtech not thinking about the services. It's more that the investment which was allowed by the schools was mostly on the devices or the product, but they were not anticipating the need for services. I don't know if you would agree with me. So maybe now, after the COVID, you know, it's a portion of the budget which is allocated to the equipment and the digitalization will be a little bit more taking into consideration the need for support. So I don't know if you see that, because well, I can talk for Lenovo, but maybe for the edtech overall, I think the service can be done easily, you know, the support. But does the school have the budget for it? You know, did they anticipate it? And maybe now they will anticipate a bit more this aspect. I don't know if you agree with that.
This is very interesting.
I agree, and I think to the question, how can this edtech better support the educational system? It can support it, as you say, by providing services and competence, education in how to actually use the tools that is provided. So there's a layer upon just the raw sort of service or the technology that needs to be also be delivered, right?
This is very interesting because in some ways this is a new problem, and in some ways it's an old problem. I remember working in supporting further education colleges in the UK quite some years ago, and we used to have this expression, what they used to say, kit in cupboards, because the authorities would give the money to buy the equipment, but not the money to buy the training and the ongoing support. And so expensive equipment would end up in a cupboard. It's a sad thing.
No.
So, I mean, this has only partially evolved, I have to say, observing the way the member states have invested throughout the last years. I mean, there are notorious examples also where you see big industrial powerhouses of Europe having very bureaucratic procedures when it comes to the investment in digitalization of education. However, with the resilience and recovery facility, what we have seen, at least from our public policy perspective, is a much higher demand for investment. I agree with you that, of course, the equipment is the low-hanging fruit because everyone knows what a computer or a tablet is. But we see more and more the sort of integrated approach where you have at least the teacher skills that always go with this, that you have sometimes the platforms investment. I mean, big member states invest in huge national digital education platforms. And this is exactly what we are promoting with the Digital Education Action Plan. We are saying a high-performing digital education ecosystem which includes from infrastructure to the services. And this is a very long road. And I think that it's a little bit like, taking the sort of notorious marathon, not buying, because I think even you must have had some shortages 2 years ago with devices.
We can talk about that, yes.
Anyway, so, yeah.
Thank you very much. There was, yes, a lady at the front here. Yeah, I saw you had your hand up before.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry that we're continuing on this actually, but I think it's very interesting, and I just wanted to make a couple of points. In terms of the input of the EdTech in the policy, I'm really pleased to hear the passion that Georgi mentioned in terms of being invited to be part of that. And we can bring more than just the technology. I think not all EdTechs are created equal. And I think that the creativity in creating the technology is great. But I would go back to a couple of points that were mentioned right at the start of today. I believe it was Marc Durando who mentioned it. The technology is not the silver bullet, and the leadership of the schools have a key role in that. So what we can bring is the expertise that we have in helping schools to actually implement some of the technology. And in my case, I represent a company, Iris Connect, that specializes in very niche sector of actually technology for teacher professional development. And we are kind of happy hybrid between technology and actually deep understanding of andragogy and change management. And that sort of change management and the planning of the implementation is what is the key between successful impact of the implementation or not. And we're still an SME, but we've been in the industry for more than 12 years now, working in more than 40 countries. So one thing that is the same, regardless of the culture or even the ICT skills or the infrastructure, is that sort of how much is actually invested in the planning, thinking in advance, answering the question why very much before how. And we have seen that, and there are huge variations. UK is our biggest sector where we provide our services, but even then there are huge differences between schools where the leadership is completely invested and has bought into that sort of importance of understanding why and then how. And then we hear obviously stories we have all heard of huge investments in laptops or technologies or iPads without proper training of the teachers in order to make the most of it. So we are very passionate about that, and any forum where we can actually input, like we have with some of the European projects with Erasmus+. We've had that opportunity in the IT lab and in the visual project, and I think that projects like that are really crucial to continue, but any additional forums we'll be very happy to contribute to.
Thank you very much. And I think there was a gentleman just a little along from you had a question.
Thank you very much for calling me out. I'm Karol. I'm leading Craemer, this Polish edtech company. And to build on what you have all said, I dedicated 5 years, that's not much, but still 5 years, to kind of answer the question how to make edtech solutions useful for the teachers so they can use it naturally, not like forcefully. That's the main thing. And on the second thing, and how to make kids, so speaking about the objectives, like a why behind it, how to make kids, I would simplify it to excited, kind of curious, and engaged in the classroom. For the teacher to be satisfied while delivering their jobs. I think these are, in a very simplistic way, these are really important learning outcomes that we try to bring within. And yeah, I think, of course, there are many solutions how to do it. In our case, we also learned that the services, the onboarding and training, which is difficult for us because it's not scalable, in the terms of business model. It's costly. But we need to do it in order to make sure that the quality is out there and the impact stays for a longer period of time. That's absolutely true for us. The second, we believe that the more the merrier in a way. So the more teachers we include from history, from physics, from biology, from technology, in one onboarding and training in order to share perspectives, that also kind of works out nicely. This is kind of our approach. Overall, I think it would be a great idea to create this test bed for solutions. What Mr. Georgi said, we are up for the challenge. We would love to have, let's say, a sort of competition when we tackle the specific problem. We analyze it. The academic body can provide some analysis for that, and we select the solutions, and then we have kind of a merit discussion on that. That would be very interesting, I think, to do within. And maybe just a question that I would like to raise. Where would you like to start, really? Like, what's the first trigger in order to make the quality change in education process? So let's focus on the teacher well-being and the teacher perspective, because I think this is one of the most critical problems that we have right now. The teachers want to leave their jobs. There are already vacancies, and it's a huge issue that we need to tackle. So where would you like to start, maybe? Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, would you like to comment on that?
I probably have to think about where to start, but I think to your point and to this also being a matter of sort of a business or a market, teachers are not the buyers, they're the end users, and oftentimes the ones that buy the technology is quite far away from the classroom, and their job is to administrate a system or make sure that something doesn't break down, so they don't have the concerns of the teachers. So it's like a lawyer buying tools for a plumber in a way. So you have this kind of value chains that needs to be sort of perhaps flipped or someone in the represent the end users in that game. And I think to the question about the well-being, I think that's probably also one of the reasons why teachers are running away from their job. They don't have the control over what they're doing. We need to think a lot about how that. So in any market, you think about what's the job to be done. Where are we creating value? What problems are we really solving? And for a teacher, it's about saving time, being having more quality in your teaching, being able to spend more time with the students. Those are the objectives that I think we should look at in order to fix the people that is so needed in to maintain the basic sort of function of our society. So attention to that, both in the EdTech sector as well as in any other of the walks of this business. I think that would be crucial.
Thank you. It was interesting you were saying about the people who make the decisions to buy products, EdTech products, that this was something which came up. The research we did with founders of EdTech startups, some of them were saying this was a major challenge to them when they started out, that sometimes they spend a lot of time talking to teachers and school leaders, and then they'd realise they don't make the decision about whether this product is bought or not. So that's quite a challenge.
In the Danish system, obviously also my institute, we also have teachers that vet technology, make supportive learning materials, and we also obviously have some funds to buy stuff and provide it to the schools, but obviously we're just one player in that, and typically if you talk about the more sort of the learning management system or the sort of communication structures that goes into planning, and which takes all the time away from teaching. Those systems are not built by teachers and probably not for teachers, but by others that has other interests. So that's a huge problem there, is the managerial layer, which is needed, but it could be also thought much more. There's a disruption there lying around, for sure.
Interesting.
More questions? Lots of hands.
Oh, yes. I can see somebody's hand up over the far... Oh, sorry. These lights are extremely bright. Yeah, the lady next to you. Sorry.
Thank you very much. As you're speaking about the managerial things and the quality, I think it's very important, In Slovenia, I designed the smart school, which is the whole information system for managing the school. One of this is there are a lot of things. One of these is the grade book, where the teacher gives a grade, but also tells the pupil, the student, they explain the grade. So I think that the school that gives so many explanations to their pupils, their students, is better than the school which does not. And I designed also the working plan for the school, which has goals and tasks and people who have to organize it and so on. You know, we always speak about schools that are good, that they have a lot of projects and so on. But I think that the school which concludes with their goals is a good school. You know, you have to see if you have completed, if you have. If you got the goals which you put in the beginning. So I think the managerial thing is very important, and this system gives information about the quality of the school. Besides that, the teachers do not have so much administrative work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think there was somebody further back, yes.
Hi, I'm Shanila. I'm from the UK, and my question was actually around what you thought about the role school leaders play. From what we've seen sometimes actually in the challenges to incorporating EdTech in schools, whether that's lack of training, not having enough money to spend, not having enough time, to be honest, is probably the biggest one, to be able to implement this new tech that you've got and figure it out and you know, avoid the kit in the cupboard problem. That's largely down to time. All of these things stem from essentially the school leader, because the school leader's the one that has the power to allocate the time and the money and to give permission to go on the training. The school leaders have their own priorities, and they've got their own issues and challenges. And some of these things are from ill-informed decisions, which is what we're talking about with rollouts. You might buy a class set of iPads and never replace any of the desktops, and you think that's fine for a school of 350 kids, and it's not. Or actually it's because they've got other bigger problems. They're dealing with staff shortages, they're dealing with not enough budgets to pay existing staff, they're dealing with changing curriculums and assessments and crumbling walls and poor security, and the list is endless. So in that mix, incorporating EdTech solutions and investing budget for hardware purchases, budget for training, budget for time, to effectively embed that is actually probably not even in the top 5 of their list. And that, I think, is the conundrum at the root and at the heart of the problem. You may disagree, and I'm interested to know what you think. But if you do in any way agree with that, then I'd be interested to know what you think we could do collectively amongst, because we represent a range of sort of phases of the sector here. But how might we work together? What might we do to begin to tackle that as an issue? How could we overcome those challenges?
Thank you. A very big question. George, would you like to have a go at starting that?
I really appreciate your question, Stila. Thank you very much for that. I strongly agree with the fact that it is very much about the person who is responsible for the priorities. And it is really about organizational change, and the previous speaker was talking about the managerial responsibility and so on. I mean, I don't want to make it into a managerial task, but it's really about a sort of a leadership task. Now, the problem indeed is that this is not even in, I would say, not the top 10. I mean, you are very kind there, but, the reason is because we are thinking about it, of course, as one of the micro things that compete. Now, there are two parts here. One is that, objectively speaking, if you are in a specific part of this continent, you may need to deal with other things than the digital transformation of your school and then integration of edtech and so on. If you happen to live in a place which is a bit better off socioeconomically, you might be having this kind of, I would say, nice challenge to deal with this question. Personally, I think the question is not integration of tech solutions or not. I mean, the question is, what do you make out of the overall digital transformation? And you don't need to be a programmer or an IT administrator or, you know, some guy who has worked for 20 years in IT. You need to understand that this is where the world is kind of moving. And if you understand that and you go through some failures and successes with, you know, because each of us has done some projects in this field, so we start to now gradually to understand the bigger implication of digital on education and training. I think then it becomes a question of how do you manage the digital transformation of your school, and this is where EdTech is part of the menu. Now, imagine the following. You are responsible for a school and you need to provide food for the children. You have to basically manage like the catering. You know, there is a company. But are you going to make all the decisions about the food and what kind of, you know, ingredients go in there? This is not your task. What you're going to do is you have to rely on a supply chain that is tested, that there is quality assurance, that people know what they're doing. And I think we are very far away from that. I mean, ideally, we would be able to have a supply chain which is, let's say, a cooperative with many edtech companies working together across common quality objectives, across, you know, things that we can rely on also over the long term. And on this, the public sector has a great role to play because it needs to support this very actively because it's not a pure market, it's not a pure free market. But ultimately, the decision is whether you want to manage the digital transformation of your school or university, and not if you buy, you know, this app or that app. I mean, on this, these are the wrong people to ask. So that would be my kind of approach to what you said, and thanks for this very, very pertinent point and question.
Interesting. I was thinking about your question about what we could do, you know, concretely. And I guess the thing is that in some schools, in some buildings, not only private but also public, it works. So we have also super good examples, and I think we all know some of them, where they make an incredible job by, you know, putting this in their agenda in the top 10 or top 5, I don't know, but, you know, and really leverage this. So maybe collectively we should highlight a bit more those success and those best practice. So I don't know the way to do it, and maybe we can do it with a European Schoolnet, but it's about demonstrating to others that it is possible and that maybe understand how they did it, what has been the challenges, and what is the outcome. So I think we should also rely on those who succeed to do it, because there is a lot. And you know, when sometimes listening to some schools, you know, I was impressed how much they were proactive about digitalization, the great ideas they had, the leadership that the manager of the school was demonstrating in this, and also the way they were able to articulate the benefit of having done such a shift. They were all capable to explain concretely what has been the return on investment, if I have you know, a business approach to it, very concretely. So I think maybe we should leverage a bit more those case studies.
Interesting. Mike?
Yeah, as well as I think we don't meet. I mean, in the Danish context, we do a lot of sort of a competence lift off the managers, actually trying to make them leaders. So I don't think when you're doing a transformation, you don't need management, you need leadership. And I think where we see the good examples and the really sort of good implementation of this is also where there's vision, there's an idea why you're doing it, and that's driving it. Not checking out that we should have this X amount of iPads or this X amount of screens. So it comes down to actually the vision of the school and the vision of the community and the municipality to carry this out. But obviously, yeah, it is a grim picture that you paint. But we should turn managers into leaders and also allow them to become that, because I think, again, there's always a boss above the boss, you know, so there's a lot of checks and balances in our systems that also puts a lot of pressure on the school leaders to do all kinds of things. So to how can we work politically also to loosen that tight grip, allow them to actually and do stuff, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Marc. I'm from Poland. I'm actually an effect of an Impact EdTech Accelerator, Successful Effect.
Great.
So our company went through the acceleration program 2 years ago. And actually, I'm wondering because how the EdTech sector can better support the schools. So I think right now all of us are going into the direction where data is crucial thing. We have to give even the decision makers like 360-degree view on what is happening with their investment, what is the ROI what is the impact. But of course, all data that we're collecting needs servers, cloud support. And then comes an issue, for example, which exists in Polish schools. Not many schools have credit cards that can actually put into the subscription model. They can actually pay small retainer just for maintain the servers, give the data back, and so on. And I'm wondering, do you think that it is possible to give some regulations or support for municipalities, schools, European countries to actually help schools overcome that problem? Because from the EdTech acceleration program, actually we are creating hardware, so this was a separate thing, but there were a lot of software as a service companies. And if they want to be a great product, they want to be a product that lasts for long, they need some kind of retaining model of money flowing for paying for cloud services and so on. And I'm wondering, do you think it is possible to help decision makers to actually create an ecosystem where it is possible for paying for such activities by a credit card, which probably schools in Poland have?
Interesting. Thank you. Who would like to comment?
I will be very brief on this question. I think that public procurement has a lot of limitations to the extent that it does not allow recurring payments even. That's what you're referring to. It's not a credit card problem. It's a subscription model problem. And I don't think that we can regulate that at EU level. But what we certainly do is we promote innovative models of digital education. And with this comes a different understanding of what it requires. And then hopefully the national administrations who are often they would allow those municipalities to enter into things like telecoms contract because it's also a subscription. So
yeah, even with some cap level where they don't spend too much on it, right?
Anybody else want to comment on that? No.
I think it's a problem that probably the EdTech business has to figure out because the struggle is real. This will persist, I would reckon. Yeah.
Okay, well, Tommaso's waving at me, telling me that time is progressing. So if I can thank the panel very much for your excellent input and thank the audience as well. It's great that so many people have joined in with the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, really, for joining us today. Yes, you can join the crowd, and we hope, of course, this conversation will continue also at dinner, and that many of you will be with us today to celebrate that as well. Now, we really will take a couple of minutes of your time still, and then we'll all walk nicely to the venue and continue the conversation more informally, if you like. We have, however, a short message from the European Parliament from Sabine Verheyen, the member of the European Parliament, who is also, of course, the chair of the European Committee for Education and Culture. So let's listen to her message and then some closing remarks from our chair as well.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm glad to speak to you about European education policy in hopefully post-pandemic times. As we all know, the health crisis has shaken the education sector to its foundations. One thing is clear: high quality and inclusive education for all is an investment in our common future. While pupils return back to their schools, many forms of digital learning are here to stay. The crisis has shown that several things are an essential factor for this. First, digital literacy. Everyone should be able to acquire knowledge as well as skills in the field of digital technology. Secondly, digital infrastructure and enabling factors. The ad hoc digitization during the pandemic has shown that we still face many challenges, and the differences between as well as within the member states became clear. Some countries have digitally available teaching materials. Teacher training and perform well in digital literacy. The Nordics and Baltics have been well positioned in digital education for years. They specifically promote digital competences in their education systems. We must learn from their best practice. Thirdly, inclusion. Digital education can be a key asset in the fight for inclusion and equal opportunities, a key priority for us. I want to mention the Digital Education Action Plan as part of the goal to achieve a European education area by 2025. The plan has the objectives to foster infrastructure, connectivity, and digital equipment, as well as to enhance digital skills. I very much welcome the focus on inclusion, on non-formal education, as well as the aim to strengthen teacher training. Competent teachers are crucial to the success of any educational reform. You came together to think about school innovation for future-proof learning. We now have the opportunity to shape our future education systems. For this future to be bright, we need to do our best efforts to enhance the green transition also in the education sectors. The CULT Committee will be working towards making climate change a central issue in education and training policies and placing it at the heart of the future European education area. We need to develop eco-centered curricula with a strong climate justice component and raise awareness, promote proactive reskilling and upskilling. Our flagship MFF education program Erasmus+ has environment and climate goals as a horizontal priority. Schools, training institutions and universities have an essential role in achieving a successful transition by equipping students and the wider community with the knowledge and skills needed to handle the changes. As for concrete examples, we call for a European Green Curriculum aligning Member States' education policies with the European Green Deal. Moreover, we call for an update of the European Competence Framework to provide support materials to our teachers and educators and facilitate the exchange of good practices in EU networks of teacher training programs. Furthermore, we call for the skills agenda and the youth guarantee to be updated to increase employability in the green economy. These are only very few examples of all the possible ways to intervene. There are many more. One thing is sure, there is no time, and we have to take stronger measures now and rethinking the entire education system with the aim of placing this global challenge at its heart. Only by operating a deep cognitive and moral shift within our education system, it will allow us to properly prepare and equip the young people to become actors in building a sustainable future. Let's join forces here and rethink our priorities. Many thanks.
Thank you. And finally, I would like to invite Jan de Craemer from the Flemish Ministry of Education. Jan de Craemer is responsible for ICT and media policies, and is not a coincidence that he's the chair of European Schoolnet. So thank you for your closing words, Jan.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, let me start by saying, and I'm not the first one today, how much I enjoyed it to meet all of you here in person today after more than 2 years of fully online conferences. I'm really very glad that we could have this conference, this School Innovation Forum here together. And although the topic is about digital features and approaches, it's good to be able to network amongst each other and to have the opportunity to meet in the real world. So I really appreciated that. So our 2 keynote speakers and all the panelists, they have addressed important issues, and I want to recall some of the lessons that I learned today. Probably one of the most important lessons learned from the corona crisis is the willingness of all the different stakeholders, whether it be teachers or school leaders or companies or parents, the willingness of all those stakeholders to pool in times of crisis the resources in order to guarantee, first of all, the access to education, but also to accelerate digitization processes. We heard today some examples of that, for instance, of Microsoft, what they did for schools during the COVID crisis. But there were also companies who offered solutions that were, until then, unknown for the education sector. And on the other hand, industry partners learned to know the education sector much better. Now is the time to turn all these achievements into a true digital transformation. But as we heard from Tracy, this will not happen by itself. And I refer to the challenges by Tracy Burns that were brought up by Tracy Burns, which has to do with well-being, with skills, with access to technology, and with equity. The 2 roundtables focused on future models of teaching and learning and on the role of the edtech sector, a very important topic. Let me say a few words about that too. An important lesson is that we should foster the dialogue between education and the industry. That's, I believe, was the message from Beth Havinga, and also Linde Lene referred to that in her intervention during the roundtable. Why is this important? I personally have said this many times before. I think schools should not be passive consumers of educational technology. Instead, schools should be in the forefront of technological developments for learning and teaching. Schools must have the real freedom of choice to choose platforms and learning resources that meet their needs and must be able to combine tools and platforms smoothly. And this can only happen when the 2 sectors, industry and education, talk to each other and listen to each other. And this can be facilitated, for instance, by initiatives such as the Future Classroom Lab or the Impact EdTech project supported by the European Commission, which help both sectors, education and industry, to foster a real dialogue between all the stakeholders. One of the main reasons to organize this conference is the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Future Classroom Lab, and Marc Durando referred to this this morning in his opening address, and he said a lot about the achievements of the Future Classroom Lab, and I would like to add some words about the ambition of European Schoolnet Steering Committee with regards to the FCL as well. First of all, it will remain a cornerstone in our work to develop new approaches concerning innovation in teaching and learning processes. The Future Classroom Lab will also remain our hub for in-service training, and it will be more central than ever in European Schoolnet's policy for improving teachers' digital skills. And finally, the Future Classroom Lab will also remain our digital playground and testbed where stakeholders, either teachers or school leaders or policymakers or industry partners, can come and will be challenged to rethink current education practice. And I really would like to thank all the industry partners, but also the Future Classroom Lab ambassadors for all their work and to make all this possible. Finally, some words of thanks to close this conference. First of all, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, as well as all the panelists for today's conference. Many thanks to share with us all your insights and the willingness to exchange your opinions, the results of your research, and the results of your projects. Many thanks also to the European Commission, in particular DG Connect, as well as DG Education and Culture. Rehana and Georgi, It was good, I think, to have you here, and I'm glad you took the opportunity to show us how the European community plays an important role in the digital transformation in schools. And this can be by bringing stakeholders together, for instance, in all the Commission's working groups, where we can learn from each other, all the important work that you do around DIGCOMP and the affiliated tools like Selfie and Selfie for Teachers, the policy work that you do around the Digital Education Action Plan, and for instance, also the support to a lot of projects where we also as European Schoolnet have benefited from. Valuable and large-scale projects such as iTech, Mensi, or the Impact EdTech project, just to mention some of them. Finally, I would like to thank the European Schoolnet team for the organization of this event, more particularly our colleagues Thomas Della Vecchia and Konstantinos Andronikidis for the organization and the preparation of the program, as well as the event team with Silvia Spinoso and Sofia Karaviev. So please give them a round of applause for organizing this day. So now I close the first day of the conference, and I invite you all to the dinner, and I hope that we can continue our discussion further tonight and also tomorrow for those of you who attend the second day of the conference. And I will hand over back to you now to tell us how we will organize this dinner. Yeah. Thank you very much.